Okay, mic's working. I feel like every time I start my mic or start streaming, my mic's super low and then it warms up or some weird shit. I don't think that's how it actually works, but that's what it feels like. Let's play some music. Hold on, this might be too loud for you guys. Let's see. Oh, it should be good. Maybe a little too loud. I don't know. Hopefully it's not too loud.
Poggers, bitches!
Benji, welcome in. How are you? My nails are really long, so I keep typing. What are you doing today? Oh my gosh. Leo, you missed it. Let me get some shout outs. Oh my god, that ringing. Leo! 10 months! Ah! Thank you! That's a lot.
Leo, don't die, man! Don't die! Don't die!
Where's your oil at?
No! No! Don't die, Leo. Don't fucking die. Oh, it hurts, right? It hurts. I told you.
Let me make a post real quick. Oh, I forgot in my title. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Give me 1 second. Excuse me. Okay, that's better. Can't believe I wasn't subscribed. That audio was so. Oh my god, the mayo spoon. I'll imagine not being able to sub. You're so right. I'm subbed in imagination. That's fine. That's good enough. That's good. That's good for me. Let me just tell my Instagram people that I'm live. Okay. We're good there. Where else do I need to say? I think we're good. Unless I want to spam people's discords right now. Should I do that? That sounds like a lot of work. It sounds like a lot of work. Let me... Could I ever be for once ready for stream? Never. Never could be me. We are playing... What are we playing? We're playing Valorant, I think. Hopefully. Hopefully we're playing Valorant today. I'm sorry. So, I do have crazy things going on for our charity. And It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a little crazy. We have a whole bunch of stuff going on. I'll put this up here right now so that you guys can see what the donation rewards would be. I'm not doing goals, because that'd just be like too many things for me to keep track of, okay? And we will be turning this off for the Valorant tournament. Only because I need to focus on the tournament. We're gonna have like everything off for the tournament. So it's gonna be very plain. And I know that's not exactly what you guys come here for, but the point is for it to be more of just like a more concentrated, controlled environment so that we can focus on the game and focus on the right things, right? So I don't want to get too distracted during that time, so that's why we're gonna do it that way. But yes. Surreal the Origin Vandal is in my shop, but you want the Imperium for the dragon finisher? Yeah. How's my day been? Good so far. How about yours? What have you been up to today? Oh, you can't even see this. I need to move it. I'll just block my face. Beautiful. There, I'll just put it like right there. Work, I got home and what'd you get? What kind of mouse pad did you get? Let me load all the fun stuff so we can start playing the game. I need to warm up. Very. Oh my god, where's all my audio? Huh? Where'd all my audio go? Oh, here we go. Wait, where's my game audio? The hell? Where did it go? I need to add it. Hold on. How unfortunate. Okay, let me add that. That's so weird. It should have been there already. Now I have to go back and hide everything again. Oh my gosh. Or I also have way too many things on my screen, and we don't need that. We don't need all that noise, alright? Hide that one. Hide this one. Hide that one. Hide that one. And my husband and sister were cutting onions earlier, so my eyes are watery. They're like dying. I don't need that. What is Sony? I don't think I need that. Sound alert, Spotify, Stream Deck. I don't think I need my Stream Deck. Okay, we're good. How's Odie? Odie's super sweet. He is such a good boy. I love him so much. He's just been chilling lately. Hasn't really been doing much but sleeping, chilling. Leo, you're playing with me? I'm gonna go to practice range for like at least 10 minutes or like until I finish my coffee. You posted it in my server? Let me check. I want to see. I would like to see this. Oh. Oh, that's sick. That's so sick. Time to break my new mouse pad in. Wow. Yeah. That's sick. Okay. I'm just gonna do some little practice rounds. A little bit. Get my eyes retrained in. And situate my desk again. My seat. And desk area. I cleaned my desk, but I didn't like really clean, you know? It looks so cool. It looks dope. I like it. I want to get the panda one I saw on the website you sent. Wait, which panda one? Ugh. Can I tilt this up more? No. Oh my god, everything's falling. And to the side. And that way. Wow! It's Totodile! Let me know if the volume for anything is a little too loud or low or whatever. I can always adjust it. Like if Spotify is too loud. This light is in my face. What? What? Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi
Small
Crew.
Magus is now following.
Sorry, I'm doing some shooting practice real quick. Also, I just ate, so I'm super fucking full. I'm trying to drink this coffee to wake up. I had a melatonin gummy last night, and I could not wake up for the life of me, dude. Oh my god. You know what? I can't hear the special effects or the game very well over the shooting. Shooting's a little too loud. I haven't played Val in a long time. Turn sound effects down. I think sound effects go up more, right? I wish there was a difference between sound effects and like background. You trying to do duos? I'm just gonna play for fun for now. It was munching on bamboo. That's cute. Question, what's up? But I would. I'm Iron 3 though. I'm pretty sure you're so much better. Probably. The lowest I got with this stream. Ah. Could you hear that? Was that an adequate volume or was that too low? Jones? Sorry, my eyes are focused right now. You caught me in the middle of shooting practice. 7 more? Oh fuck. 3, 4, 5, 6. That was the slowest I've ever done that. Amazing was that? Wait, what is that melody? Wait, what? What? She's really good? This is the slowest I've ever done this in my life. It's peak. Let me replay yours, Leo. Give me 1 second. I'll play it. City. Where's users? Leo. Doing? I love the blue hair. I need to re-dye it. It's already faded. How are you doing today? Wait, Leo, did you hear yours? UG, hi Thea, welcome in. I'm gonna be lurking for sure. Enjoy you lurk. Top Dragon, will you play? Now I'm locked in. What are you playing, Sam?
I do play Jackbox a lot on stream. It's not the only game I stream. Oh my god, let's go.
What are these options?
Thanks,
What are
That made me
these?
laugh. I liked it. We both had great answers. but I do play Jackbox again.
No, I like it
Oh, we
faded.
got the
It
hyperdrive,
looks so good.
guys.
Thank you. It's turning
About damn
gray.
time. Let's see what the next quest is. Launch into. Fuck.
No, God, please, no, no, no.
Oh, that was loud, huh? I can tell. That was super loud.
All right. All right, Midnight.
Okay, I think I need to warm up a little more. I want to get this down to like 62 or 65. The jump scare. We do hand signs to stretch. I'm just kidding. Oh, today's already a long day. And my mouse or my mic placement feels weird. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. Something feels weird off, just a little bit. Maybe I need to settle in more. Or maybe it's my nails. My nails are super freaking long.
Pop up later on.
What's up, Joe? How are you doing? You missed Leo's and
Nope,
Joe's
it's you.
entrance.
Nope, I don't give a. I knew it.
I'm trying to lock in, my guys. Oh, so far. I need to get used to switching my weapons when I think an enemy is close or far. I think that's the next thing I'm gonna try to do to level up this portion. Oh, 64, we're good. We're good. It's snowing. Happy bonks? No, there's no such thing as happy bonks. Yo, the screen is full now. The screen... the screen is full now. Alright, let's hop into Discord if you guys would like to. Be great. I'm not even in my Discord. Oop. We can go to the normal VCs. I'll go to the stream VC.
What's up?
Oh! You scared me, Lunar! Dude, you scared me.
What do you mean? You're the one invited.
I was in a different screen. I happily bonk people. The fuck? I was on a different screen, like tabbed out, and then I just hear, "What's up?" Fucking terrifying.
How are you? I didn't mean to scare you. Sorry, bye.
What? We're gonna go to my Discord if you want to. Discord. Uncle Joe! Wow! Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for all the redeems. I appreciate it. Alright, here you guys go. Look at these rewards. Okay. Y'all got that? Yeah! Lunar's here. What were you playing earlier? Yeah. Leo? Guys. CM, you always love replying to that stuff. It's so fucking funny. Oh, yes. myself. The voices in my head. Oh wait, it sounds like I'm talking to myself because I don't have your audio up. Ahaha. So funny. Yeah. They can't hear you, so it just sounds like I'm going crazy.
Hi guys.
Okay, there you go. That's better. Now they can hear you.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh. I'm clipping that.
You can clip all the oohs you want. I ooh all the time. Nothing special about it.
That's gonna be a sound something. Oh my god, why does my mic, like, audio go up and down so often? It's strange. ... Joe doesn't like your... Joe does not appreciate your Ubers, I guess.
Joe's a hater.
True. Where the hell is Leo?
It says he's in a game. Is he in practice range?
I think
Yeah, it
so.
says he's in the range.
He's in the range.
Hey, Leo. Get out of the range.
What is he doing? Oh, he had to warm up. He's being a menace to society. The usual.
He's probably just trying to leave match and his computer was just taking too long.
I know, his potato. Oh, nothing?
Heard it twice.
No, you didn't hear anything.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you're pretty crazy. I'd say so, yeah.
I just got called crazy.
Alright, we're gonna play a few Swifties, then we can play some unrated. So I can finish this battle pass. I'm on tier 40, and there's tier 50, so I need 10 more tiers. Oh, no, don't be sad, Leo, it's okay.
Found.
Okay. La 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 la.
La la la. La 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 la.
Who should I play?
I don't know. Who do you want to play? Who do you
I
feel
don't
like
know.
playing? Well then,
I don't know.
damn. I guess you can play anything because we're all playing Sentinels. Duelists?
Are we?
No, I don't know. You hovered over Cypher. I thought you were gonna pick Cypher because then Grim
locked
already.
in.
Okay.
Sentinel gang, Sentinel gang.
Let's go.
Sentinel gang.
Fuck it. Full set. It's fine. It's gonna be fun.
Age is a low-key duelist anyway.
Did you see all of the updates that they're gonna do?
No, what are they gonna do?
They're nerfing Sky and they're buffing Echo. Or Gecko. Why did I say Echo? I've been watching Arcane, sorry.
What's Arcane?
It's the League of Legends like animated series. It's so good. It's my top.
Oh, did it come out with season 2?
Season 2 is gonna come out in a year, I think. Oh shit, we made 650 followers.
Nice.
We only
Now,
need
every
16
single
more.
follower donated $1. That would be the charity, goal.
That totally would. That'd be crazy.
$1.
Holla.
That's not even a Valo skin, guys. Come on.
Stop.
Drop it.
Lunar's favorite quote in my stream.
Not even a Valo skin.
It's not even a Valo skin, guys. How is work, Leo? Heal please? Heal please? Heal please?
Oh my god. Are
Busy.
Oh, nice. That's
I
good.
could have told you that one.
I goofed around with my boss. We were singing songs.
That's what's up. I like that.
Is your boss attractive?
Oh. Pfft. Lunar asking the real questions here.
Or
Are you saying is there a chance or nah?
I declined to answer that to my due to my Fifth Amendment.
Oh, you plead the fifth. I got you.
Look. She's not gonna watch this VOD. There's no way she'd find out.
Yo, if she actually comes across this VOD out of coincidence, I die.
It might increase your chances.
You know, you never
She has
know.
a she has a fiance.
That ain't married. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I was just fucking around. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I was fucking around. No, don't clip that. Ooh.
2024, no one's loyal.
Lunar a whole op.
Is that Joe again?
Yeah, it's always Joe, yeah?
It's so hater. Such a hater.
Let's run in there like we don't give it. Reyna's through. Killjoy top. Oh, fuck. Lunar needs
Got her.
help. Got who? Which one? Reyna's dead?
Oh,
KJ's
no, the
still there?
sky. I'm in the sky. Oh my god.
You have help? You have heal?
I can't heal you. I already healed, someone else.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Nice.
Wait, there's only one more enemy? Like, we could have just pushed in a long time. Oh, no. KJ, though. I have 17 seconds until I can heal you.
Blank.
I have so much space to flick. Oh my god.
I can heal you.
Healing.
He's right here.
Camera taken
Oh, he took out my camera.
Anyone want to push him? What if the
I'm
three
down,
of us
what's
just go? Let's go. Yeah!
Free ghost.
You must fall. Then fall near me.
Yeah! Did I hear clip? No. Joe, you're banned from clipping. That's actually something that you cannot even press anymore.
Wait, are you legit serious?
Yeah, I'm so serious. Did you increase the cost to make you a VOD because I joked about redeeming it multiple times? Yeah, actually, your VOD would be fucking easy, Joe. It would be Joe's a hater. End VOD. End raid VOD. That's it. That was it. Got that full thing. Wow, we're suppressed. I hit him a few times. The gecko.
Reload.
Where'd he go?
Here.
Okay.
He's trapped. Run. Oh, no. No!
Trick shot.
Oh, you have the spike, Leo. You should probably push into B. They have it
Oh, I'm
secured.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry.
Jump.
No!
Spike down. B.
I watched that. That was hilarious.
I didn't have the spike.
Oh my god. That was so good.
Oh my god.
Blinding.
Damn.
One enemy remaining.
I was gonna say Lunar got
30
this, but
seconds
we're
left.
watching our teammates.
Yeah, Lunar's got this.
You got this, Lunar.
Yeah, you got this, Lunar.
I'm actually playing both of them right now. I'm playing one with my feet and
Watch
one
out,
with my
watch
arm.
Oh,
out.
yeah, for sure.
That's it for playing Lunar.
Sharky, sick. I need a good
Lunar,
vibe streaming
watch
again.
right.
Looking for me.
Lunar,
Kimchi is
watch left.
streaming.
Okay, I got it.
Right.
I'm pinging.
Sharky, how are
Right,
you?
Right, you're teleporting? You're looking behind a wall, Lunar? Why are you looking behind a wall?
Oh, because it's KJ. KJ can activate things behind walls.
Damn.
Oh, that's my gun.
Wow, that's
That's
crazy.
crazy. Crazy.
They're pulling the sweet.
Oh, I know, for real. Did my head
I need
hats
full
even pop up?
KO, Gecko, or Omen. Okay.
Shout out to Twiffany for my
Twiffany.
Valorant overlay.
Wait, are we going?
Nah, I'm trolling. I'm being
Okay.
trolled.
Hi guys.
No! So
No, I lost
close. So close.
Planted the spike. My ultimate is ready.
The gecko's back there.
Where would a good
The gecko's gonna come
I
from
didn't
the
notice that.
flank.
Why'd I ADS? I shouldn't have ADS.
I always accidentally double click the ADS. Don't know why. I always feel like it's gonna go faster, but it doesn't. One right on top of you, Leo.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
He teleported. He's on spike. Nice. Good job. Look at you. Look at you.
Last round.
Oh, thank
Hi,
God.
Monster Hunter.
Last round to
Welcome.
use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
I'd love to say I'm doing good, but I'm feeling anxious. Take some deep breaths. We are streaming for charity right now. For charity. We're gonna win this for charity.
Oh, better sub. Okay.
I need more clips.
Placing sentry.
Oh, I'm suppressed. The monster's on the loose.
Placing
So
alarm
when would be a good time to use Cypher's Q?
Oh my
Spike down
god.
mid.
What's his Q?
It's on like a berry. Oh, great.
Last
Oh,
player
behind.
standing.
Flank. Flank.
Oh my god,
So
I'm so
close.
bad with my feet.
Teach me Valorant.
My bad.
You're good, bro. You're good.
I'm so sorry.
Switching sides. Once more into battle. I'm not tired.
Reloading
Are you?
sucks. Teach me
Nah, that was such a
Valorant.
bad spray. I had them so easily.
Let me turn this guy up.
Sorry,
Turn
bro.
down for
We got
what?
this round.
Yeah, I believe in us.
Bet they go.
Oh my
A.
god, I only have one kill? Shoot. You want me to teach you? Look at that. I'm bottom fragging. Like, there's no way.
Oh man, last round you had 1, 2, 3. It was beautiful.
Did we?
No, you.
Aw, I shouldn't have died.
Yeah.
You love numbers that go like that, don't you? They're
Yeah,
pushing
they're
here.
AA.
Okay.
I'm waiting for you guys a little bit. They know where I'm at.
Wait. Oh, I wanted to break it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Like if I'm peeking, peek with me.
Ah, fuck.
My camera is destroyed.
And King.
Oh, I had that. Damn it.
Spike planted.
This is my warm-up game.
Headshots, headshots.
One enemy remaining.
Or
You
not.
got this, bro.
Generator, nice, nice.
Nice.
We're fucking back, baby.
Nice.
I made up for
go.
last round.
He has fucking 10 right now. He has 10. 10
Be getting
kills.
carried for charity.
Yeah. That's the only way it's supposed to be, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we good. Oh, we don't need both of us here. I'll go on the other side. Nom nom nom.
Pizza.
Nom nom nom. Thanks for summoning Tundao.
Right here. Probably.
The cube? I meant the cam.
Wait. I didn't mean the cam, I meant like the tripwire.
Oh, okay.
They're all playing pretty split. Oh my god, there's so many on B. Holy shit. Good job, Lunar.
Variable removed. One enemy remaining.
Oh, you guys got
Spike down
this.
B.
Image.
Defenders win.
Good job.
Good round.
Good
Nice.
job.
5, 4, 3.
5. But you love counting. What's the charity? The charity's Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Charity is Battle Skins for Kimchi
No.
Foundation.
No, I already have almost all the skins. One more swift, then we'll do unrated. I have almost all the skins that I wanted. So I think I'm good. Water, please. Thank you so much.
Make Joe Not a Hater Foundation.
Match found.
Rehab Joe, not the Hater Foundation. I'm dead. I just shook my entire. Oh,
Yay.
oh, all right. I'll do this.
Why are they nerfing Sky? What's so strong about Sky?
Her dog. You can't turn around when you're jumping, so you can. You know, like Thrash. When you move a Thrash, that's like the direction you're going. But with the dog, you can like leap and then turn around.
Uh-huh, and what's wrong with that? Well, that's what's so OP about Sky. What?
Yeah, because then it gives you intel as well. It gives you a lot of intel. And then there's another thing that they're gonna do. I don't remember.
It's like they don't want intel. Like, what's wrong with
Instead of
getting
making it a
intel?
foundation, make it a redeem for 1 channel point. No Joe taking the audio from Netflix series you. What?
I know, Sage. Don't hurt myself. But it's a gunfight, so no promises.
I did watch that series, but I watched it like like when it first came out, I think.
I'm out of here.
Sky's so cool. I'm so used to Leo playing Neon. Leo, why are you playing different ones now?
Oh, well, as soon as we got in, our teammate picked Neon with the quickness.
Oh, we got an insta-lock Neon?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Leo's computer isn't fast enough to insta-lock faster.
Yo, stop. Charges. Right now, I'm playing Kimchi. Cover going out.
Left's clear, bricks clear.
Oh my god, Kimchi, you're.
Reloading.
Oh my god.
Go, go, go. Enemy spotted.
No! I hit, the hell's his name? One's back behind the cargo, and then one's doors.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, wingman.
I love that sheriff. Oh my god, it's so
Not
good.
bad. I could get used to that.
You want it?
What do you want?
Foot on the gas. I just wanna pass the red light.
I'm out of here.
What do you want?
Hey guys, I'm kind of hungry. What should I order?
Pizza.
Where'd it
Pizza?
go? Oh,
You
I
never
don't
go
know.
wrong
What
with
do you-
pizza.
there you go. Pizza?
What are you in the mood for?
Don't give them ground.
I don't know.
Gotta go.
I'm in a mood for a burger, to be honest. We could go mid through, right? By the way.
Then we can get a burger, you know? I hit him for. I should have. Damn.
Headshot. Reloading.
Last player
Fuck. I didn't even hit him once. It's actually bad.
Fenton is such a fire name.
Planted.
Instead of I watched it Night on the Books. Just realized something. If we donate or something, you'll
Oh
take
my god, that wasn't a headshot.
you will take it, make a
Whatever.
wish, or
Nice
will you
try.
forget to? What? Wait, what? What do you mean? I'm so confused. Make a Wish Foundation creates
We should
wishes
probably
for
go through
children with
fear.
illnesses. They actually, when my younger brother was in the hospital too,
We should
they actually
Tech Sage at all
Okay.
costs.
What? Attack
they
Sage.
actually were able to give us gifts.
But Tech Sage at all costs.
Oh, protect.
Set a perimeter.
I'm gonna up on B window.
Oh,
Tech Sage.
okay.
I'll protect Sage, don't worry.
Where would I put a
I won't-
wall up?
I won't
Very
let anybody
famous.
get near you, Sage.
I guess when we get on site.
Joke's over. You're dead. Plants the spike. Here. Shadows.
Wait, what the fuck? How did that not hit him?
Cover going out.
Whatever. Like- I believe in you guys.
Last player
Oh
standing.
my god.
Spike down
Oh.
Flawless.
Ah, freak.
Nice
Damn
shot.
it.
We got it this round.
Oh. Oh.
Last round in the half.
What is up with the I blame Sweet. Ever since he started playing, I've noticed and seen a lot more people teabagging. You're hella forgetful? I mean, yeah, but I mean, what? What do I need to remember right now? I don't know what I need to remember.
Donate to the
Spectre,
Make Joe Not a Hater Foundation. That's what you need to.
I'm playing so
You
split.
I have the spike.
Thank you, Neon. Oh wait, Neon, I played with you last game.
One enemy remaining.
Watch them run.
He's gonna be in the tunnels there.
No! Good job, Leo.
What? Oh, you wanted to kill?
No, no, no. I used my ult.
Oh.
Feel something.
Might as well, you know.
That's
Like,
true.
You're not gonna.
It was good ult usage though, because he didn't know where we were gonna come from.
Uh huh.
Wait, what gun are you using?
Let's go. We're gonna.
Oh, do you want my pistol skin?
No, I'm good. Let's just throw it down mid. Yeah, let's go. Jet.
I'm coming.
You're so forceful.
Shadows traveling.
Would I wall? Oh freak! Ah freak! God damn it!
Jet.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Spike
sorry.
planted.
Jet.
What'd the jet do?
Just fucking letting me go by myself.
Oh god, we're
Not helping.
so far away. I'm not checking
Last
my
player standing.
corners.
I'm so sorry, Sky.
That's
How many bullets was it gonna take to
sure.
kill me? Yeah, it's so funny.
what happened to, you know, following me down mid, man? No faith.
I'm sorry.
No faith.
Oh. You got like a million sorries.
I'm gonna Marshall mid.
I'll go.
I am everywhere.
What do I wall?
Cover going out.
You can wall where I just put my smokes. They're pushing in through A. A? I got at
Okay,
least an
I'm coming.
ISO.
Spike down.
Oh my
A.
god. I'm
Hawk
like-
out!
Oh! I got pushed pretty far.
Oh man.
It's you and me.
You got this, Kimchi.
That's not me.
Spike planted.
Oh shoot.
Last player standing.
Hello.
Oh gosh.
Rope.
Fuck!
Should have
Oh
told her she was gonna snuck
gosh.
up on.
Match point.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two.
Match point! Oh boy. I need to use
News
some
for
of my
charity?
details.
News for charity, yeah.
I'm gonna wall A.
How are the games? Aren't you streaming? Games are good. This is only your second one, so. I'd say pretty good so far. I'm doing really bad this one though. I blame the onions that my husband and little sister cut earlier.
Wait, so oh there we go.
My bad.
Last player
No!
standing.
GG's.
Attackers win.
Oh, I whiffed all my shots. Multitasking right now? Crazy. In between
Okay,
games?
we got next round, baby.
Go next, go next.
The sharp reset. I think. I don't know.
Ooh, the shop reset. Ooh, I got Winter Wonderland Vandal. That's a good one.
I still have
moving
8
on.
seconds. 5,
Moving on.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
No,
Oh.
abandoned.
I got.
Oh, that's so pretty.
I got the gravitational uranium neuroblast operator, guys.
I'm dead. I got this.
Damn it.
Oh,
If I got
God.
this for Sin, she'd be just like,
Bro, I
oh my
just
god, the gravitational uranium neuroblast operator.
She would say it every single time. I do want this. I do want this.
I got the prism vandal.
I don't need it, but I want it. But I don't need it. But I want it. But I don't need it.
Home deck's kind of trash.
Yeah.
Every gonna live it up. She made me
Okay.
beg for
Let's
it.
do a unrated. Ready for the long haul?
prism knife.
Prism. Prism.
I got Doodlebuds Aries.
What am I doing? What am I? Oh, store.
Oh, that looks fire.
I don't really care for that title. I want this buddy. The buddy.
Match found.
Okay.
I would fuck with the Sentinels of like bundle.
Dude, I
It's not a
want
bad
it.
bundle.
It's pretty good.
I called it first.
Okay. Drop your knife for me then.
Blaze
Let's
is
do
my
some
daddy.
funny stuff.
Luna was going live.
Can't help but wait till you take it for what you really are. Baby girl, you
How
are
can
a
I get banned on
star.
Namu stream?
Why do you want to get banned on Namu's stream? Just ask him to ban you and I'll do it for you.
I'm dead.
I'm a mod. I'll do it as a kind gesture.
Wait,
Thank you,
what
Lunar,
banner?
for being.
What banner is the Sage thingy? Sage.
I don't know. Oh, you know what sounds really good? Yeah, dude, I'm Iron 3. I'm sorry. I'm bad. Actually bad. I know. I've only played 2 placements though. Ever. This last one and like 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago when I started playing. When I started playing, I was like, you know what? I want a baseline. So I played comp. I got Iron 3. And then, was it last month? My friends that have been playing since October finally hit level 20 or 25. And then we were like, okay, let's play. I'm stuck. Iron 3. I don't even play comp though. I really don't. I want to. I want to play comp. Be fun.
Are we
It's
playing comp?
so hard. Nah, I don't think so. It's so hard to grind out. If I play comp, I wouldn't play it on stream. Unless I solo queued. Because my brain would be overloaded and I'd have to turn everything off. Like all of my redeems would have to be off. Do you not agree though? Isn't it like, I don't know, it's like kind of frustrating.
I would just pay less attention to chat.
Sorry, chat, I'm playing comp. That's what my title would be.
Yeah.
You gotta do it now.
No. No.
It's okay, we'll understand. A comp game's more important than us.
Yep, it is.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Oh.
I'm not meowing because I'm a cat. I'm meowing because I'm Gary from SpongeBob.
Meow?
What is
Gary from
happening?
I don't know.
Gary from SpongeBob meows.
Pretty good or what?
Meow.
2, 1, let's go.
The longest fucking. A?
Yeah, they're. Oh, God.
I got mine too, so.
Oh,
Oh my god, that
Spike
Gecko
down mid.
sucks. Can I get a revive?
Spike's mid?
Camera taken out. Last player
Oh
standing.
gosh. What?
Too
That's
fast.
a lot of bullets.
Too fast?
On their stage. Few resurrections.
He was shooting too fast.
Yeah.
ISO booty. When you say that, it sounds like you're saying that you're booty.
Yeah, booty. He said booty.
Stop.
Damn. ISOP.
Shadows traveling.
Also, I also like booty. They're gonna run the same thing again. You're fucked.
Well, bro had a vandal.
I'm being pulled in. I saved you there, bud.
Thank you.
No, two peaked. The Cypher plays really, really fast.
Spike planted. Enemy down.
It's
Ooh,
you
Vandal.
and me.
Is that the Imperium Vandal?
That's a stinger. Or, what is it called? Brain, please? Whatever that is.
Kill them before they kill us.
Spectre. I'm being silly.
Oh shit, this is unrated, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. That changes things.
Da-na-na.
Yeah, we in it for the long haul.
Yeah. Let's get some aces.
We got aced on the first round, bro. We're fucked.
Cover going out.
Oh fuck, they're gonna run the same thing again.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah. How 110 on the raise.
Blinding.
Spike planted.
Fuck.
Last player standing.
No!
That was such a smart strike. Oh my god.
I tried. They're just
Forgive me,
better. I only got 1 kill. I need to smoke better, honestly. Alright, I'm gonna full smoke B.
I am not just a shadow. Shadows traveling. Cover going out. Stealing sight.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, free.
Last player standing. Careful now. Caught one. Tripwire destroyed.
They're all in there, just playing in there. Well, they're getting hard carried, though.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them. Make sure to take advantage.
What if we all stay mid and then just play for retake? I'll make it sound like someone's at A.
Shadows traveling.
Any noise?
Nope.
Watching here.
Mid. Gecko.
Spike planted.
I'm running.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out. My ultimate is ready.
Fuck that ISO.
Oh, look at this. So pretty.
For you. I belong here. We all belong here.
Leo?
Huh?
Can you buy me?
This.
Oh shit.
Yes. Look at the gun I gave you.
Wee. Wee.
It's the one you want, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the Imperium, right?
Yeah. I think so. Should be.
Shadows traveling.
Go, go, go.
Shadows traveling.
Where? Alright.
Go towards A side, Kimchi.
There's nothing here. It's
A,
A, right?
A side.
That's all.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh, Leo, yee, look up. Oh, there it is.
Oh, did not mean to do that.
Oh, yeah, you did. You so
No.
did. You're hella funny.
It's at least one of us.
Oh my god, I need to turn my fan off. Okay, as long as they kill the ISO, we're good.
Yeah.
I will be their nightmare.
You love pushing up, don't you, Lunar?
Cover going out. Cover going out.
Enemy spotted. Mid. Reloading.
We have stars here. Oh, backside. In the little... I think there's one in the market. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's one in there, Leo. I guess they're dead.
It's you and me.
Oh, freak. See? Okay.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Nice try. It was the ISO. Don't worry about it.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Spectre. I think that dude is pressed a little bit.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Was that mid? I can't leave the Cypher alone. B has like Raze and Sage. Raze hit 40. They still have their Sage though.
Cage triggered.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh. Wow.
Last player standing.
Diffuse?
Your duty is not over.
Diffuse.
For a moment.
Diffuse.
They're playing. They're playing game. Ugh. Stress.
We cannot let them unweave our world.
Let's change the music.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
I need to stop dying. I'm broke.
You have $2,000. What do you mean you're broke?
I'm so broke. I can't buy the gun I want.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Does that give away your position? Yeah, it does.
Blinding.
Oh, she has a bunny on this? Yo, this is so
Spike down
fire.
B. Spike planted.
No charges. Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, fuck. The one side I wasn't checking.
For you. They had no right to do this.
Do we have our ults? We have
Please stay
almost
alive.
all.
I hate making new friends. Gotta go.
I need this. Thank you.
Oh, who bought?
Is it
What?
loser? I'm a lover. I'm a
I'm outta
lover.
here.
They could afford?
Sage? 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 Oh, Sage. Ah, no gun.
It's okay. Now, you just gotta pick one up.
They're all B.
On my way.
You can have a Marshall.
Someone is
Spike down B.
Ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Gun here.
What do we learn by fighting?
It's so pretty.
Thinking out.
What?
The one with the bunny.
Anyone need anything?
Right?
So cute.
Wait.
What do you
Wait, Cookie,
say?
look. Oh, you have it.
Yeah, we all have it. Me, you, and Lunar have it.
Shadows traveling.
I hope they don't run it down mid.
Cover going out.
I think they're running mid right now.
No more.
Your duty is not over. That sucks.
Blinding.
It's you and me.
ISO's cheat.
One enemy remaining.
Kimchi, let's go.
Yay!
Gun here.
Wait, that's a bulldog. Don't get that.
Last round before the switch.
Surrender? No. Why? Does someone need a ghost layer? Like, why? I'll never know why people like want to surrender. It's like, why'd you even play then? Don't play.
I mean, if it's 111, like, you know.
Okay, yeah, but
Shadows traveling.
there's some times where it's like, really?
Cover going out.
Spike down A.
Behind you. Oh fuck, I need heals. Our healer's dead.
Watch them run.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Yes, let's go.
Switching sides.
What's a good play here? I'm not really good at attack. I'm not good at offense. At smokes, I think. Feels like. I think that's why I like playing Sage, because I can do both.
Through the calm, I see. Through the storm, I fight.
Making cover.
Go, go, go!
Shadows traveling. Neutralized. Removed. Enemy spotted B.
Do you have heal?
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Good job.
I'm a lover. I'm a lover.
I'm over them.
There's a cow on this gun.
What?
Reloading.
What do you mean?
Wait, where you at?
There's a cow? What? Where is it?
Wait. Oh, hold on.
Oh. Wait, what?
Attackers win.
Hi, Blue. How are you?
Bro, good wins.
What's
good
up?
wins, everyone. GG.
Stretch, thank you. I'm stretching this second. Let me give you a shout out.
That's how we do it.
How are you doing today?
Win. By not GGing.
You have 82 HP,
Or
14
FFing.
armor, you got 30 bullets, 41 in the clip. You got your heal.
One enemy remaining.
Good shot. One left.
Stop!
There's 58, 59, 61, 62, 63.
Stop!
There's one.
The yelling!
U-Haul now.
The yelling! I don't think anyone... Did we GG at all? No, we didn't. Oh, you did? Lunar did. Good job, Lunar. Good thing I got my flu shot this year. Good, how are
This
you? How
top?
could you? What? No, we don't do that here. I'm too scared. I get too anxious when I play comp. I don't know why. How could you? You guys are silly. What you been up to today? Are you streaming today? You did your charity stream, right? It was 24 hours? How was it? Blue Shot's like you sick. Why? Why? 2 too much, probably. Overload your system.
Match found.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what happened?
We're playing comp.
Oh! Why'd you do that? Why you scare me like that?
Huh?
Why you scare me like that?
You don't want to play comp?
My heart dropped to my butt. I'm not gonna lie.
That was a pretty good one though.
No, 24 hours is way too much. It was it good? Yes. Yes. You know what? I have one clip. It's that clip. Oh man. Joe probably did that. We need smokes. We need smokes.
Leo plays Fade? This is the first time I've seen Leo play Fade.
He's played it a few times. Fade a few times. I need sweets. I have garlic bread.
Are you, Lynn? Are you for real? I've never played Fade with you.
Come catch that Fade, yo.
Oh my gosh.
You're scared of the needles. Yeah, they can be scary. I'm kind of used to them. So, this is not that bad. It's been a minute since I felt like. Tattoo needles are okay. You have tattoos? Only big ones. Yeah, there are some fine line ones. Like, I think the one that for my leg was really like the thickest needles that you could get. I think it's just the ones that are supposed to pierce through all of the layers of skin, right? That would be scarier. Oh, you're only scared of big ones. Okay. I see. I was getting my flu shot this year at work, and it was so cute because they were playing on a little laptop. Corgis having a party. And the lady was like, yeah, it really calms people down sometimes because it's so silly and so goofy. Like, they were in like a ball pit. Really, Jones? I was sharing a nice, wholesome story. Anyways. Luna's not a VIP! I'm sorry, Lunar. There are subscriber commands though. Evil Lab QG right now. Yeah, you're not wrong. Who the fuck has the half a potato PC? This is not even a potato. It's half a potato.
Mashed potato.
It's mashed.
Mashed potatoes sounds so good right now.
It's their jet.
The second you complain about it is like when it is fine now, you know?
Do I break this? I'm entering. I'm breaking and entering. Oh man.
Leo! Leo! You're a criminal! You're a criminal! Don't say that! That's crazy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm suppressed. It's on me. They gotta break through my wall first, so unless they do have a jet.
Enemy attacker spawn.
They broke my wall. I wish for a better gun.
He strafed and shot me. God damn it.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Oh my god.
He showed him who was the bigger man.
Riot's listening. True, Leo. Riot's listening.
I'm sorry.
Don't incriminate yourself here. Lunar, there are subscriber commands, and eventually I'm gonna do more funny commands.
No, I'm too embarrassed to type in your chat now.
Oh, okay.
I can't fart.
You can't release your tension. I'm so sorry.
Oh, my stomach hurts from saying that. Oh my god.
Enemy spotted mid.
Oh. Did he just go over there and just immediately die? Like, that's great. I love that for him.
Here.
Oh! I had my cursor on you. Oh my... Okay. They're both right there! That was so rough.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Let's win and get out of here? Okay. Let's do that. I saved a lot, so I should be good.
I'm coming, Kimchi.
Oh fuck, I fell. That's great.
I'll find you.
Oh my god.
I've been marked. I'm running for my life.
Have a lovely lurk.
Wow, I got my one. Thank you for the lurk.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down B.
Oh no, they're so lost. Oh, it's okay.
Those concussions, oh my
Never
god.
show weakness. Ever.
Be red.
Let's see, what do I want? I'll run the same thing again, it's fine.
Tighten our defenses.
Enemy spotted A. Many enemies A. Here.
They're already through.
Face your fear! Player standing. Flawless.
Wow, if I had a better gun, bro.
Just let them try to catch me.
Well, at least I can buy my better gun now.
Woo!
What are you listening to, Leah?
Red by the Rose.
Have a lovely lurk.
Oh, I got him. probably a gun here somewhere. There's a vandal. If you guys want a gun. We'll play slow. Or Jet's ulting.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Opponent killed. My ultimate is ready. Your duty is not over. Cool.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Hey, let's go.
How did she survive? She jumped in the air. What the fuck? This is the luckiest Jet I've ever seen.
We have come back from worse. Let's go.
Huh?
I'm going to break this glass.
Okay. Have fun.
And then I'm gonna walk through the glass.
Keep those heels coming.
You gotta study. Thank you for the lyric. I appreciate it. I'm suppressed. I don't like this stinky suppression. There's two mid. Gonna wait to push this slowly. Oh! There's two mid! It's the fade and the...
Zuko better watch their backs.
Why are they so mad? Why is the other team asking them so many questions? Oh, that should be good.
They're asking about KDs and stuff.
Forward. Reloading.
Last player standing.
You just watched me die! You didn't do anything! I'm just so sad.
Wooden spam.
Spike planted.
Oh, oh
My
no!
God.
Good luck stunning, Blue! Everyone
I
go
know
follow
what
Blue!
must be done.
That's our top frag, everyone.
Everyone else got to lock in. You better lock in right the fuck now. We gotta win this for charity.
Yeah, that's what I said. My God. That was embarrassing. You're our top frag.
Damn, we all only have light shields. Rotating. Look at an eye.
Oh, he teleported up there. Wow.
Scatter.
I think he might have the. Oh.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
My tracking's so slow. Ah! He scared me.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
I just only want Vandal. That's it. I want my wall too, but I cannot. Unless I use Guardian again, I guess. I always forget how to use the Guardian though. Like, I seriously forget all the time. I have a Guardian on my body if you guys want it.
Many enemies.
Cutting their vision. Pathetic.
Last player standing.
Oh man. Good thing this isn't comp.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
No, we're not quitters. Let's run this for this time. Let's see what happens.
You are powerless.
Enemy spotted A. They will cover.
Spike down A.
Cutting through.
You got wait. Oh wait, fuck. The spike's down, isn't it?
Weapon here.
The spike's where I pinged.
Spike is here.
The hell are they?
One enemy remaining.
They didn't want spike?
Nice.
That's so weird.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do. Wall raised.
Enemy spotted me.
The fuck am I gonna do mid with a Spectre? Oh, don't peek that. Oh, hello? Guys? Friends?
Face your fear!
We're yeah.
Anyways, I gotta go this way.
For you.
Back soon.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh! Ah! That was such
Last round
bad
in the half.
aim.
We cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all.
Spend all your money.
Can someone get this?
You think I can make it to wall all the way over there?
Barrier
Spike down mid.
Can you guys ping Spike or?
What is this, an op?
Give me those back.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
healing. Your duty is not over.
Who killed
Where's Spike?
They're dead. Cutting through.
How would you block yourself?
I thought I was gonna push further.
Where are
Reloading. Fake teleport.
Where'd he go?
He's going to be.
30 seconds left.
With 30 seconds left? That's wild.
Yeah.
Oh, on
Plenty
me?
of time.
He's on me. Mid.
Oh, he got knifed.
See why people use the
Switching
op.
sides.
even with numbers?
Leo.
Still happen. Remember.
Hi.
Leo. Funny.
Yes. Hi. The glue that keeps this team together.
Everyone has that. The same one.
For you.
Okay.
Time to jump.
I'm suppressed.
Return to dust. Reloading.
Element's flanking. Like a really, really long flank
Push.
for some reason.
Psyched.
Eliminated.
I'm sorry. I got 2 kills. Are you happy?
So much for recon.
No! I didn't even hit him. He scared me, honestly. Leo, he's coming behind you. Flank. One mid, one flank.
Last player standing.
Ah.
Nice try, guys. How do I turn off censorship in chat? It's the child censor for a reason. Bruh. Can't believe they try to flank like that. Like, that's a crazy flank. All the way. They just rushed A then? Go
Try
mid?
not to die.
Bro. Oh my god.
Need healing. Need healing.
I don't have it.
Need healing.
I healed myself, bro.
Time to jump. Enemy spotted. B.
down mid.
Sorry, I didn't know I had spike.
You're good. 7 more seconds.
For you.
Spike down mid.
And he's watching spike.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Down.
Not enough time. You have to kill him, Kimchi.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
No. Could have played for time.
Clutch.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
Okay. What if, Leo, what if we both go A?
I'm down.
Let's go.
Alright.
Oh, they want to see easy peasy ace here, Wish. Yeah, don't go A. There's like 3.
Bring them down.
Let them run past. Let the— oh fuck.
Bring them down.
No way they know, right?
Ah, be abi. One enemy remaining.
So close.
Last player
Wait, can I bust
Spike
do that
down, attacker
to me?
spawn.
Kimchi or no?
Do
With the
what?
Spectre? Can I shoot through that with
Yeah.
the Spectre? Okay, damn, I should have did it.
Cutting through. Cutting through.
Seconds left.
Nice.
Nice. Warm up round?
Once more into battle. I'm
We
not
should be
tired.
warming
Are
up.
you?
I need to close my window though. It's getting cold.
So we both go to A again?
Alright, we gotta be ready though, because they're gonna push so fucking fast. If we're gonna go A, then I might as well just use the Phantom.
Where are you? Bring them down.
Oh, I think they're mid though. I'm gonna wall behind us.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Go ahead.
One enemy remaining.
Planted.
Oh, they're back there. What's up, Goshi? No sound in case I'm at work. Okay. Thanks so much for being here. You guys are funny. Oh, so close, Lunar. Oh my god.
I got your back.
It almost got you.
My gun.
Not even close. Calculated.
Sure.
Right.
What do you say?
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Victims are not looking.
Have a lovely lurk.
Thank you for the lurk, Saver.
Enemy spotted me. Mark one. Bring them down. They're blinded here. Reloading.
Nowhere to run!
Spike planted.
No! I hit him 80. Stupid crouch.
You look like
He
you are
dropped.
powerless.
Behind you, he
Last
dropped.
player standing.
Oh, he's dead.
One enemy remaining.
Leo's better.
Not again, bro.
Leo. It's so good. What do you mean not again?
Oh no, I didn't want to lose my gun again.
What's up?
I can buy for you. What do you want?
Can someone get
I
this?
can buy for you. What do you want?
Thank you.
I think that's what he wanted, right? Yeah, okay. Lunar, you by your shelf. Oh, we're following you.
That's soon.
Face your. I'll find you. Bring them down.
Oh my god.
I didn't up freak.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Last player standing.
He's like one tap. Hi, Frogmas. It's been a while. How are you doing?
Thirty seconds left.
Red planet, my ult ready. Cutting their vision. Can't
Oh.
use that.
Lunar's better. You guys are so good. Look at that.
Time to stock back up. Can someone get this? Thank you.
Guess I'll get a Spectre this time.
I can buy you.
Oh,
Can someone get this?
thanks. Oh, fuck.
out of my way.
Oh. Why is my... Why is this glitching like this? The fuck?
Reloading.
Oh.
Healing you.
No, I wanted to wall.
Reloading.
Oh, we're on A, by the way.
Yeah. Lunar, you have
Reloading.
Lunar, you have spike.
Wall raised.
Found one.
Omen kill.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
You should have run.
Damn.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Can someone get this?
Hey.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Still not a streamer for real anymore, just a healthcare worker. You can be both. You can be both.
I'll find you.
Oh my.
Cutting their vision.
I just can't aim.
He's clear.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
Not over. For you. Cool.
Oh my god, my aim's bad right now.
Hold. A.
Set 5, time to jump. Decoy.
Their lives are so mean.
Hi, Will. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate
Smile
you. Welcome to the
Septic is now
Tipsy crew.
following.
Yes. Jones, thank you for the raid.
Oh shoot.
Jones Road. Addy. Thank you. I want to get back to the game over here.
Careful.
Jones Sodaburner raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Giants.
Healing.
Oh
These
no,
belong to
Leo,
the
that's supposed to be for you.
Blocking sight. Barrier created.
Oh, maybe they are.
You fought well. One
This is
enemy
scaring
remaining.
the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck is that? Bro, what the fuck is that?
Okay.
God damn it.
Let's go.
I'm filthy rich.
Nice. You're muted, by the way, Kimchi.
It's
You're probably
good.
talking to chat.
Probably.
Yeah. Hi, Juanes raid. Oh, we're just spelling Jones' name wrong all the time now.
Juan.
Oh no, I didn't buy full shield. Oh, we just run it down mid. Let's go, let's go. Never mind, take it back.
I can't use that. For you.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
There's literally nothing for me to do here, guys. Oh my god! Thanks for the raid, though. Go ahead and do your post-stream things. Thank you, guys. Welcome in, raiders. How are you guys doing today?
We know the drill.
How are
Stick to your
the
roles and we'll
games?
crush it.
It's pretty intense right now, actually. Actually. Okay. What's the play? What is the play?
Rush B.
Okay.
Anyone need anything?
Time to jump.
Oh, I'm at A. I'm going around the long way, you know? Buying time.
What time?
We'll catch them. Barrier here.
One enemy remaining.
Damn, Kitty just chucking them in there.
Bring them down.
Who's the last player, Jet? Oh, she can get over my wall. Oops. Nice. Good job.
Why? No!
Stand tall. We are valiant. We are fighting.
You okay, Leo?
Bro, I almost lost my gun.
Anyone need anything?
Calculated.
I got you. Oh, damn.
Oh no, I said I have. I can buy. Wait. What jumped to 8 hours? Oh, you can't play Smite, Jones? No! Yeah, go eat.
You rotate around the beach? Oh my god, Kimchi, you're a god.
Let them push in, let them push in.
Get out of my way.
Where?
Watch out
Spike
for
down B.
Kale.
One enemy remaining.
I got the spike.
Last player standing.
Fuck, I should have stayed.
Mid.
Spike planted.
Oh my god, that
had
was
the shot.
so close.
He had the shot.
Oh my god, I'm so stressed. That was stressful.
Clutch. Defenders win.
How many points do we get out of that? Because that was a long game. Does it matter whether how long the game was or no?
Just matters how many rounds you win, I think.
Oh, okay. So the more you win, the better?
I'll be right back.
Okay, do you want me to unqueue or?
Yeah. I'll just.
Okay. Yes. Do I have another Spectre skin? I do. I have this one, the Sandswept Spectre. I like this one though, the finisher. I want a different stinger. I don't use the stinger though. I do need a Bucky skin just to have one. So what's left? Odin and Bucky. Oh, do we get one from the battle pass this time? We get a Vandal, a dagger, and a sheriff. So nothing that I need. Look, that's so cute. Little campfire. Oh, that's so cute. I want that. This one's so... Oh, that's so cool. I want this too. I can't wait for Jones to play Valorant. Coach Jones needs to play Valorant with us. Oh, what is Namu? What is Namu playing today? Also, not everyone wanting me to read Jujutsu Kaisen. And I think I have to cap
My
off...
internet's pooping out. What the hell?
What happened? Is it lagging you out of stream or?
Well, my YouTube not loading.
Oh no.
Maybe just YouTube. Oh no, I think YouTube is down.
Mm.
Can you open YouTube?
Let me try.
Oh no, it just opened for me.
Oh, you're also like laggy?
I'm back.
Yes, read it. You get hyped regardless. Dude, no. If I read if I read Jujutsu Kaisen, when I watch it, I'll be like not attached. Does that make sense? I don't know what it is. My attention span will be like, well, I already know what happens, so I'm not gonna watch it anymore. Something like that. Unfortunately.
Do they do some jujitsu?
Wait, what?
Jujutsu Kaisen?
Oh shit! They're coming out with the Fallout show.
What?
Interesting.
Match found.
The characters are so good. You're still here. Thanks for still being here, G bro.
G brother.
G brother.
Yo, what's up?
Oh.
Is that the deepest you
Hello.
can make your voice?
What do you mean? This is my voice.
How's
buddy.
my day?
It
Pretty
just sounds like you're
good.
trying extra.
Pretty good.
know,
We hit
hard to-
Yeah, man, this is my
650
voice too.
followers. We hit
No, I'm not forcing.
650 followers, and we need
Yeah, me
to.
neither.
How do I change their volume? Oh God. Who do I want to
I
be?
mean, I could try to force it.
There you go.
If you want me to.
650, well deserved. I know.
Okay.
We need 60
bad, I
more
didn't
to
mean to make
hit
it
my
sound
goal.
unfortunate.
Send all your homies. What are you guys doing? I'm just kidding. Don't do that. That'd be too overwhelming. All at one time. Let's go. Yes. And I am going to be getting more emotes February, I think. Yeah.
He's sorry.
He's
And I was
sorry?
like, okay.
What?
Yeah, he said he was sorry. And I was like, okay.
Maybe he's super insecure about it and you just open some wounds.
You don't have to.
You know?
Sounds like a skill issue.
Oh
Wow.
my
Wow.
gosh.
Alright.
What am I? Island
Maybe not
slorbs? Slorbs or borbs?
Orbs.
Slorbs or borbs?
Orbs.
Borbs? Okay.
What are borbs?
Barrier orb or slow orbs? Slorbs or borbs? No. Fuck
Anybody
it.
wanna play
Sheriff.
tic-tac-toe?
I need sheriff. Yeah. Where is it? Where are you?
Right here.
Where are you?
I'm
Oh.
in the middle.
Oh
right
shit.
here.
Oh shit. I can't. You're in the way. I can't.
Ah, damn. Never mind. Crap.
Message sent. Healing. Here.
Oh.
Right here. Pathetic. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Have a lovely lurk. Woo! Let's go. Addie, thank you so much for the like. I appreciate you. I got two. I'm cracked with the sheriff.
Yo.
Oh, meow. No. Oh, we didn't get the spike.
Meow underscore soon raided my stream with 2 viewers.
I gotta make Tic Tacs hope hella quick.
Oh, for sure. I got you. Understood.
Nice, Lunar.
Fuck, I need to reload. No! Me?
Are you downloading something?
Feeling sight.
Is it me?
Oh my god, so low.
Feeling
He's
sight.
hit 84, man.
So close.
My bad.
That was scary. Yeah, let me give you your shout out. Give me 1 second. Sorry. And you're probably super tired.
I
so.
hear you. Just don't know where you are.
Reloading.
Break them.
What were you playing? You're exhausted. You're sick. No, not sick.
Breaking them.
Oh shit, you're broken.
Healing them.
Switch with me.
Revealing area.
Barrier created.
On. Plant the spike. Reloading.
Here. Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Eliminated.
Finish this.
Yeah.
I have Phoenix 101. Heaven.
Scanning ahead.
One dead.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Good job, Lunar. Look at that. Kiss me on my mouth, bro. That's a funny name. Good job, Lunar.
Good, doesn't it? Now do it again.
Oh, you're playing Baldur's Gate. How's the run going? Has it been fun so far? Do Spectre again. So I can get my Blorb.
You can-
Borb? Borb?
We all buy you. You can request a Spectre. Get full shields.
Yes, full shields, please. No, wait.
Oh, okay. Or not.
What do you mean?
Show me a target.
They're gonna be heaven.
It's you and me.
Wow, he has very quick reaction time.
Let's rotate. I'll get the Reyna. Give me a second. Hide from her if you can.
Reloading.
For you.
Shit. If I get this, oh, I could res. Fuck. Oh.
30 seconds left.
My ultimate is ready. Don't get in my way. Spike planted.
Eight bullets. Chaotic. Lando has been close to dying so many times. Oh my god, I bet, dude.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, that was so close. Oh my god, I was like holding my breath. What the fuck? all the dishes last night made me want to cook that today.
Patterns emerging.
Is it yummy or just kidding? Is it yummy or dude, I can't get out of buying a Spectre. Mia, let me know if you want to play with us. You're more than welcome to. I'm playing with Leo and Lunar. Do some weekly streams so I get my ass up for at least 2 to 3 hours. I see. Oh, I'm glad. Dude, that's really good. Oh shit, that was fast. Are we pushing this slowly?
The hunt begins.
I'm gonna pick him up.
Your duty is not over.
They should have dug a deeper grave. My ult
Behind, fuck.
standing ahead.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Huh?
What?
How did you guys both die like that?
I have the spike. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Spike planted.
Chat, tell me why Lunar's playing like a fucking robot right now. He's playing like a robot. I think he's lagging too, Owen, but I gotta edit some videos. Okay. Good shit. Look at that.
job.
So good, so good, so good.
I know what must be done.
Dude said good job.
Have a lovely lurk.
Thank you for the lurk. I want to see the videos you edit. I have all my videos done for the month. The whole month is completely filled. Let's go see. We've been going A this whole fucking time. They'll never expect it.
Enemy spotted C. Reloading.
Joke's over! You're dead!
What? Why did he?
One enemy remaining.
The fuck?
Revealing area.
My toes. There were so many things happening in that moment.
Last player standing.
Huh? Wait, that was really fast.
What do you say, drone?
I don't even understand what happened. My brain cannot comprehend.
Can someone get this?
Thank you.
You're
They'll never expect it. They always do. They never do. What are you talking about? Everyone go follow me out. Right now. Or else. I'm gonna fight them. Oh, berry lemonade soda. I want one.
Prepare for hellfire!
Good attempt.
Lunar, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lunar. Lunar's mad at me.
One
No, do you have
enemy
heal?
Oh, what the heck? Why did you say that?
I didn't know I was muted.
flawless.
Reloading.
Shorty.
It's hard not to play with my foot. Gun here.
Lunar was in the zone. No, Lunar wanted heals, but was probably yelling at me without knowing he's muted. It's like heals, hello, heals, heal me. Oh my god.
God.
That's just so fucking funny.
Continue to
Leo,
Huh?
turn that 0 into a 10. Ooh, that's Spike. Oh.
Phoenix. It's you and me.
One enemy remaining.
Peace. You will not kill me.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
What?
Huh? What happened?
Clip, please. How did I see that? Pixels, bro. I saw pixels. Listen, I saw fucking pixels, okay? How did you know she was there? What? So I saw the Molly. I saw that, and then and then so I knew that they were there or they rotated, but I decided to hold that angle first, and then I saw some pixels. You know, you see some pickles. Yep. Sage is in a garage.
We planted A.
Oh fuck! I was 17 health.
One enemy remaining.
Just for a minute. Oh, they rotated. Who went where? It's that crouch.
He's B.
Oh, 40 breach. Brim.
Potato. Oh no, no flawless. No flawless.
Don't give them time to reposition.
Oh shit,
Someone get
winner?
this? Thank you.
What?
No, I was gonna say just buy. Buy me. You had 9,000 credits.
I know.
That's crazy.
Reina, you want to save?
I wonder if we like
we can buy you.
go like this.
People have 9,000.
Over
Oh,
9,000.
shit. I honestly wasn't paying
Can I
attention.
see you from here? Can I see anything? Oh, I can see up there. That's pretty cool.
Our spike is down.
Someone's flying to
Spike
flank.
down, C.
Or for this one.
Good shit, Leo.
My ultimate is ready. Your duty is not over.
Thank you.
Oh, I was one hit.
Bro, he's 140. He's 140.
Sage isn't spawn with
I
the
go
Odin.
for 140. Jesus Christ.
In our spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Oh shit.
Long.
Oh. Fuck.
Nice try.
You're trying to give me a heart attack, dude. Fuck.
Oh my god, I shat myself.
No,
I
never
was trying
that.
to secure it for the team.
I hit that ISO for 140, bro. God damn.
You hit ISO for 140?
Thank you.
You could have tickled him and killed him.
Bro.
You could have sent him
I
like
hit
an
it for
OnlyFans link.
140, bro.
Oh my god.
You could have you hit him with a spicy DM and he would have died.
Exactly. Guys, y'all know how to get something out of your eye?
You blow it.
Or take out the eye. I like that one.
I wonder what I can see if I go up here. Nothing? Oh fuck, I fell. Damn. I wasted that.
Enemy removed.
Pixels, bro! Pixels! I see pixels!
Spike down. C.
Joke's over.
God. Reyna's is fun. Nice fun.
Right here.
Last player
Why didn't
standing.
I stay behind cover?
It's okay. It happens. Yo,
Is she flanking
I
again
saw
on the back?
Yeah, she scared the shit out of me.
I saw ISO's like the top
She's
outline
coming
of
from
his
A
head.
this time.
Last round before the switch.
Honestly, I think she came from Garage.
Alright, I need to stop doing dumb walls. Let's close this out. I mean, you know, it's not really closing it out because it's kind of late, but like, I mean, too early, but like, we can try. If we just play back for Reyna, we're all playing split anyways. What's up, Leo?
Hi.
Nice kill, nice pick.
It's you and me.
I almost caught a fade with ISO just now. Oh my.
Opponent killed.
One enemy remaining.
Where's the... I wanted the plant!
Nice.
No! Fuck.
Switching sides.
I didn't get the plant.
Once more into battle.
Dubs.
I came back and you're still here. Why the sniper? Nice.
Why the sniper?
What do you mean the sniper? Oh, I'm reading my chat.
Oh. Oh, this sounds weird.
Huh?
The knifing the cloth sounds so freaking weird. And then... Okay, headshots only. Let's get it.
Hey.
I'm running. There's some mid too. Little stragglers on mid.
Spike down A.
Great, bro.
No.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
What's up, Brett?
Yo. Do you wanna play with us? You sound very far from
Maybe.
your mic.
Am I?
Lunar's muted again. Yes. A little bit.
Interesting.
30 seconds left.
Food.
Oh,
Dude, you were on him though. What the fuck? There's no way.
Breathe.
The real question is, when is Kimchi gonna esports this game? Yo, bet. Well, one day. I'm gonna wall garage. A very, very thick wall. I'll probably get ghost this one. So I can... Yeah.
Here. Here.
Molly is behind you. Don't walk into that smokes. Who's there, Lunar?
Get out of my way.
I'm backing out. Oh fuck! Behind. On C. Reyna.
Last player standing.
Holy shit! They played so split.
Cutting their vision.
Two.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Oh no, he lost his cool. Nice.
Why is
Yo,
that
they're not
beam
going
so
for the
good?
plan.
Oh my
Watch
god.
them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
What is the score? What?
My heart is beating so fast.
Glad to know you're alive. Yeah, I guess this will have to do. No, that's good. It's good. It's fine.
If any of y'all
Oh, I
seen
hit
Godzilla
61
Minus
on,
One,
ISO.
No.
it's so good.
Spike down.
Here's window.
Never been actually excited for the story of humans in a Godzilla movie.
Oh my gosh. Once your garage.
You got this.
Got this, Leo.
Spike planted.
Alright, just
We
want
got this, Leo.
to check up on you know, get some food.
Okay. Thanks for
One
dropping by.
enemy remaining.
No problem.
He's low.
Bye bye.
Bye. Take care.
Was watching Garage.
You too.
See you, Brad.
It's you and me.
Oh god. The true 1v1.
Oh, next
He whiffed so bad.
Nah, you're good.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna wall. Garage again.
Forward.
Down lift, Jesus. Yeah. Rotate back.
Destabilizing.
I haven't played with you in so long, yeah. It's been too fucking long. They're
They're
mid.
just playing mid.
Yeah, they're mid. They're mid and C.
One's on me and C long. It's a Sage.
You're not.
That person's got that spot. Leo, I got you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Standing.
fuck, behind
Spike
me.
down. C. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god,
No
you didn't
fucking way.
see him? I hella saw him. What?
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
Yo, that was so funny. Oh my god, I'm gonna do this thingy, this funny thingy. Oh, Wolof, B. You guys can play C, Garage, and A. Butterfly, you know.
Enemy spotted mid.
Why'd I peek that?
Prepare for hellfire! Joke's over! You're dead!
Reloading. Spike down. C.
Spike is here.
Enemy spotted. C.
Last player standing. Spike down. C. Spike planted.
I hit her 62.
I'll choke
That
Oh.
Reyna is really trying hard. Bop bop.
Yeah. You won that exchange? Dude, I wish. I only have 15-piece chicken nuggies right now. I need more. I'm gonna wait on this wall just a little bit.
Enemy spotted mid. My ult is ready.
The hunt begins.
My ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted C. Sleep.
Last player standing.
Evan,
Spike planted.
going the wrong way. Oh well.
Shh. I'm scared.
He left. He already rotated. Oh, there you go.
Your duty is not over.
Back where I belong.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
I couldn't pick up the 2 by C because, or the 3 by C because it was too crowded.
They don't have a single life worth
I guess by that time it was only like a 1v1. Oh well, I'll see.
Isolate them and kill them.
Ooh, what if I do this wall? Oh no, I didn't get up.
You will not kill my allies.
It's you.
Spike down. Attacker spawn. One enemy remaining.
Where is he?
Healing.
Scanning ahead.
He's belong.
Aim low, he's a croucher.
Seconds left.
Your tactics
Nice.
failed.
Reaction time!
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
My heart's beating. Oh. I want chicken nuggies, you. Me too. I need to get at least 20 chicken nuggies. Okay, let me try this wall again. This silly little wall. Ooh, try this silly little wall more time. Go this way? Ooh, what if we go like this? No, we go right here. Oh fuck, I fell. Can I get back up? I think I can. Did they just play for a pick there? Yeah, they did. Oh, she headshot me.
And bullets, Big Daddy.
He's like, that's all I need.
One enemy
Oh!
remaining.
Let's go. That was sick. Where's their last?
30 seconds left.
See long. See long, see long.
Revealing area. Found them.
Last player standing.
Good job.
Thank you.
You're the better Reyna.
Their lives are so meaningless.
Anyone have funds to spare? Thank you.
Reyna, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I need 2 more. Damn it. Lunar caught up. What are you doing with another little silly wall over here? Like this
What do you mean
time?
caught up?
I'm caught up with my kills and my chicken nuggies. Bruh.
Joke's over. You're
I couldn't ADS. Reyna was last C long.
Doors still.
One enemy remaining.
Distraction.
Let's go, Leo!
I literally need 2 kills for 30.
What?
Match point.
Usher them towards their eternal
Oh, he
rest.
wants the...
A lot of people need kills this round. Unless we lose
I
this
need
round.
2. 2.
Yeah, I need 2. Did I say 1?
I need 11.
I didn't buy I didn't buy shields. I didn't buy shields. Why? It's throwing. This is all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
Leave us.
It's all part of the plan.
It honestly looked like they were rotating in.
Last player standing.
Gucci faster.
No, I'm scared.
One enemy remaining.
Planting.
Spike
I
planted.
hit Reyna 40. I don't know if she's already been hit yet.
I hit her for 59, but she could have healed.
Yeah.
What? Finish her.
Bro!
Instinct only goes so far.
It's okay. You needed one more kill anyway. Oh, that could have been the one.
Yeah, I could have.
That could have been the
I
one.
was trying to let Reina get 2, you know, for 30.
Yeah, that's perfect. You did great. Good shit.
See, now I
I'm
only
just
need
gonna take 8.
Alright.
I'm gonna wall.
Prepare for hellfire.
Oh hell, there's a fire. No, she's so good.
That could have been the one.
I know. I can't beat this Reina though for some reason. I wanted to res you too. That would have been so funny.
They will cover.
We're throwing. We're throwing. Why throwing?
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
Yeah.
We're broke boys. I don't have enough for guns. Oh, we're hella broke. Holy shit. I'll go A. Rotate to A.
It's you and me.
They're going C again?
Healing. Your duty is not over.
Okay.
Planting in.
Spike planted.
The brim is still B back. B backside. Back to B.
Rest.
Reloading.
Oh fuck. Why did I peek like that?
Last player
Both
standing.
in there. Oh, and the third right there.
Down.
Give me 1 second, guys. Ow.
Sudden death.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned, but sometimes old ways are best.
We're throwing, we're throwing, we're throwing. But I got my Vandal this time.
You got
See,
20
I
chickies.
knew. Oh, I do? I do.
I
You have
need
24.
6.
No, you need like one more for like the, you know,
No, I need 6.
the 25 piece.
I need Sage to do a revive, and I need to ace. So I need to
We'll
leave
see
Sage
about
alive.
that. Yeah. You need a ace. You need a set. I'm fucking dead.
Revealing area. Enemy spotted mid. There they are. Reloading.
Spike
Thank
down
you, Leo.
A.
Right here. Take flight.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
For you. No
Let's go.
Oh, GG's.
No,
I'm
my
sorry.
25
Oh
piece.
no. GG's.
Oh no.
No, I feel so bad now. Not your 25-piece chicken nuggets. Damn, Reina got their 30. That's good.
Nice. Good for Reina.
I'm gonna go run and get some food real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. What time is it?
We're
6?
in Kimchi's server.
Yeah. Okay. Leo left. See you later.
Leo left. Imagine leaving right as Sweet comes through.
I swear.
Wow.
If you don't have boobs, Leo just hates you.
Food comes first. Wait, what, Lou?
What? No, no,
Remember
no,
that
no,
one
no,
time
no.
me and Sweet came into the voice chat and you were like, "What's up?" And then Kimchi comes in like, "Oh, hi."
Oh my god.
Wow.
This is like a totally
Wow.
different treatment.
No, I didn't.
Totally different. Man was
Stop.
asleep and dead when we came, but Kimchi comes.
Yeah,
oh,
we're
I'm
flaming
alive.
Leo
Hello.
right now.
You're doing too much.
Flaming Leo. Leo. Send me your throne list. Leo.
I have to. Yes.
Oh, I'm
You-
sorry. I don't mean to yell.
I'm just
sorry.
playing with you, Leo. I know you love us
Love you, Leo.
differently.
Kimchi just like.
I'm a bully. I know. Y'all thought it was nice.
Yo, somebody clip that.
No, don't do that. No, 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 no.
She's
Nobody's
She's
available.
toxic so that you don't have to.
Yeah,
be.
yeah, yeah. That's a clip.
That's the clip.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, I gotta get
What's
food. I'll
up,
be right back.
Pajama says? How you doing?
She's saving.
Welcome in.
She's saving chat the trouble.
Here's my
My
my sauna.
favorite website
Oh
to read
yeah, look at
manga
that. Bubbly.
is getting shut down, and
Keeps it warm in
I am
here.
sad.
The lava. Lava.
Aw. We've been
In my shower.
winning. We've been winning them
Ow.
so far. We've been doing a good
So
job.
if anybody in chat can help
I
me-
got
help a
21
brother out,
chicken
let me
nuggets. I
know.
called kills chicken nuggets, so I got 21 last time. Why are you doing Don Leo like that?
I go to a place
Out of
called Barnes
love.
and Noble.
Out of
They got my
love.
mango.
Okay?
Yeah,
I know. I
but
wish I could get a
would have to
30k. That'd be
buy it,
fucking dope. It's so
and
hard
then
for
I would
me
have to wait for
though.
Barnes and Nobles to stock their shelves.
Yeah, no, I'm just teasing. I don't know any sites to be honest.
I can tell you, but maybe later.
But I'd have to charge.
Yeah. I might have to kill you
My
after. I'm just
God.
kidding.
Oh.
I was just kidding. Pearl? 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 Sweet, you better
All
interlock.
Sage.
Sweet.
Everybody's pick Sage. Everybody pick Sage. All Sage. Let's go.
But how many baddies have you fumbled?
3?
Surely I've lost count at this point, you know?
Oh, okay. Got you.
Far more than that.
Yeah, you don't have tough love. Also, I need to cut
Honestly,
my nails.
bro, you
Look how-
dodged a bullet.
look
You know,
how
you don't have to pay
long
child
they are.
support.
They're so long.
pretty
I need to cut
depressing.
them like ASAP.
I mean, you're out here having premarital sex? That's kind of gross.
Have a lovely lurk. Oh my god.
I
I'm
know,
gonna have to
2023.
mute him. Okay,
Yeah.
listen. We have some rewards here. If you donate to the cause. What is he saying? He's saying some crazy stuff. We're muting. We'll unmute during the match, but right now, pre-match, we're unmuting that shit. We got
Oh,
some
shit.
crazy stuff going on. If you read here.
This is Spike Rush.
Oh, he's spike rushing? That makes sense.
Wait. Oops, I accidentally created a clip. I didn't mean to, I meant to not do Spike Rush.
That's okay.
I was just gonna try to, warm Sweet up, so, get your warm up in.
Yes.
Because you've been playing Unrated, but if you're not, like, you
No,
just
I-
jumped in.
I mean, I was playing earlier. I
Oh, you
played
were?
Unrated earlier and we won. Yeah.
Nice.
That is kids though. Like, No joke. Like 12-year-old, 15-year-old. They were scared. Alright, now we're good. Gotta put the audio in my head.
I got 2 chicken nuggies. Let's go, baby.
Oh, I almost got an ace yesterday too. Again,
Ooh, nice.
so close I could feel it.
One enemy remaining.
Look at that shit. Just running through.
Let's reset. Deep breaths.
I pressed by.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Marshall,
yeah.
my worst gun.
I wonder which
excited.
site we're gonna go to, huh?
I got the hiccups.
Oh no, not the hiccups.
Come on, little homie. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Oh, I forgot to unmute him. Hold on. What's the dude's name? There you go. Oh, they know we're here.
Last player standing.
I know exactly where you are.
I ate my food too fast. I got sushi though. Finally.
He's gonna life you.
Last round in the half.
Oh my god, really? Oh, fuck.
Remember that.
Oh shit, that was so fucking funny. I think I can go up here. I don't think I can see anything from here, though, unfortunately. Maybe if I off-angled it. Oh fuck, I broke my ankle.
Lente.
Your duty is not over.
One enemy remaining.
Can't use this yet.
No! I'm so bad.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, you got him.
Yo, yeah, but it's gonna. He's too far. Just throw wing then.
Right there.
Just knife it. Knife him.
Blow him up, Mosh.
That's so sweet. Oh, is that sweet? Yes, it is, Jans. Coach John.
I know what
Jones.
must be done.
We
Sweet
call sweet knives. The
Forget we
double
can't
knife
buy.
was crazy. The double team knife was crazy. Dude, how many names do I have? Like fucking a million, bro.
Healing you.
Oh,
One
that's
enemy
pretty.
remaining.
I want a chicken nugget, please. I want one. Oh, never mind, Lunar. Lunar got it.
Oh my god, I flicked his ass so hard.
Match point. Keep doing what we're doing, and we got it.
Oh god, I don't ever use this. I think Juanes is new. Yeah, that's pretty different, yeah. Yep. Oh, okay, bye, Lunar. See you later.
Prepare for hellfire.
Whoa!
can't talk.
Spike planted.
He doesn't. He fumbles baddies, but he doesn't fumble the clutch.
Never.
I've never seen
Bro,
him.
If you
fumble
clutch,
clutch.
you get a baddie.
Ooh. I want a baddie. No, I don't. I had one. They're tough.
Oh.
Yeah, Vandal, yo, let's go.
Yo.
This game is rigged, yeah,
They wanted
really.
us to win after all.
I should push this further. Okay, bye, Lunar. I was walling that. Never mind, I'll wall. Never mind, I won't wall.
You want to play?
Let's play. Are they all playing together? Okay, I go follow. Oh, never
fuck.
mind. No, they're not.
Great. Hiding behind the box too. Little heads peeking out.
Wall raised. Fire in the hole! Enemy down.
What?
You tried to jump and you killed her and she fell back.
I lagged. That was so weird.
Spike
Kimchi
planted.
lagged for a
Funny.
second there.
Did you see it? Oh, I'm lagging again.
Oh my god, that 17k.
What?
1 point.
What the fuck's happening?
Yo.
What the fuck? I lagged backtracked? What the fuck?
Yeah, that was weird because Omen doesn't do it. That was Omen's blind right on your map.
My game's been fucking up lately, though, honestly.
It's been all day. For other people.
I will not die here.
What? 11 months?
I blame Fortnite.
Thank you so much. You're crazy! Thank you so much. I appreciate
Fat or
it.
too happy, fat
This
or
is
too
sweet.
happy, fat or too happy.
How are you doing? What you been up to lately? W streamer, W streamer? W viewer? W friend? Oh, dude, my lag is so
No,
crazy.
Kim J.
This lag is killing me, I think. Let's change the music. Dude, I wasn't lagging all up until now. What the
Me,
fuck's
it's my fault.
happening?
Man, they stopped her.
Is it?
I don't know.
Spike planted.
Let me see. I'm fine, like, as long as nothing happens.
I just always blame Fortnite.
I'm good for 3.
Let him
That's
ace.
loud.
Let him ace.
I gotta, sure, I can add that person as my friend. Let's go back to the cross.
Last player standing.
No, go sweet, go sweet, go. Go sweet, go sweet, go.
Too far.
Knife out.
Oh, right, duh.
Get the kill, get the kill. So
105.
close.
Attackers win.
Terrible. It's okay.
Alright, we're gonna go to an unrated now.
Unrated? Without Leo?
Wait, do we want, how long was Leo gonna be? Why don't we just do Swifties?
I thought he was gonna.
Is he coming back?
I thought he
What?
was getting food.
Yeah, is he coming back now or no?
I don't know.
He should be coming back, but we don't know when.
Yeah, let's just let's
whatever.
just do
Okay.
Swift. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. I'm having problems.
Alright. Do you need a breather? Go drink some water. Go get some water.
That whole match is what I'm trying to do. That's why I sucked ass.
Oh. Hmm.
Yeah, can't help me. No, we're good. I'm ready. I'm just being over dramatic.
Be sweet, over dramatic, impossible.
Super sour.
Impossible.
Mm. Water's so good.
Oh yeah. I had some interesting. I need to tell everybody at some point soon.
PSA? What is the PSA?
No, it was my adventures today, doing Uber. I met some very interesting.
Let's make it a
Oh,
segment.
damn, he definitely gave some rights to strippers. Let's go.
What?
I did that like 3-4 days ago. Late night. I didn't know, obviously.
Oh my
until,
god, I can't.
They got in the car and they told me where to go, but she was cool. She was the same age-ish. Not the same page.
Same age-ish.
She was like 3 years younger than me.
Well, what was the
I'm
wild
saying we were
story?
able to have a conversation. No, not her. That was a fun. That was just a cool
Don't-
ride. She's trying to do her own like. She's trying to be a cam model and stuff. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Good shut up.
Hello.
Oh hi. This guy gets in the. First of all.
Wow. Did you hear it? Be
Oh,
Sweet's
hi.
response?
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Delayed?
Oh,
Hey,
hi.
this is my guy, Be Sweet. He's hella loaded. And multiple.
Oh my god.
Experience in a few areas.
I'm gonna clip that. You guys are clippable as fuck right now. The
Love it.
fuck is going on?
So this dude and his girl
Yo, Brimstone.
are standing at the
you know
edge of the
Just show me where to go.
sidewalk to get picked up. What are they doing? They're like hunched over, you know?
I'm
They're,
sorry.
like, sneaking.
You kind of cut out in the. You kind of. Yeah, hi. You're the best.
Wait, who's
Probably better than
talking?
me at this game, anyways.
Wait, no, I'm.
So, Jay, what kind of guys do you like? Not for myself, because you know I have a girlfriend. But yeah, asking for a friend.
God.
Okay. Let's just say.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
I'm
Do you like funny
lagging.
guys?
I'm
Who
lagging.
doesn't like funny guys?
Who doesn't like funny guys, honestly?
You like guys with intelligence.
I don't like funny guys.
Honestly, guys with an ass.
Oh man, I just got rid of my.
Long hair.
It's okay, man. You can squat.
We lost the fight mid, by the way. You're flank.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Oh shit. Okay, was that like necessary?
Jet, don't slow down for us. Our creatures move fast.
No, you didn't teabag. But yeah, like guys with long hair, so I can like braid it. What
Short
else?
skirts and a long jacket.
Has a cute smile.
Dude, that's a fucking
Pretty
voice
funny.
changer,
You're
bro.
coming to my dermatology clinic, and when you're getting your hair transplanted ASAP.
Quick trigger.
I'm scared.
You have a
You're funny.
dermatology clinic? What?
Enemy spotted me. Hawk out.
Bro.
Spike
I'm so
down
mad.
mid.
That was mine.
Oh, 80 on
Last player standing.
There's a vandal on my body on your left.
Out of charges.
Behind you. Water. No, you're good.
Do you like deaf guys?
Deaf
Once more
guys,
into
like
battle.
people that
I'm
can't
not
hear for shit,
Are you?
probably.
You got a chance, bro.
Stop. Looter, you're so
Wow.
bad.
Yo, for real.
You're so
I might have a
bad. God. Oh, Leo, no.
Sorry,
Leo,
terrible.
listen.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted A. Healing you. Scout destroyed.
Okay. 120 on raise.
Our spike is down.
Oh,
Spike down A.
Where you are.
they know where you are.
Reloading. Enemy down.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last one's on site. 3 more seconds on heal.
Oh my god, she has calms of my dreams.
No, really. I haven't heard somebody
Coming through.
speaking like this all day.
I got spike.
Last player standing.
Oh, nice try.
I told you it was a voice changer.
Last round before the switch.
If you save, spend it.
Ash,
I heard that.
Ash just.
It was a voice changer.
Yeah, it's a voice
Ooh.
changer. Jet.
The Jet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a girl. I heard that the first time they spoke.
Oh, it's a nice skin. I like it.
It's our turn.
Oh,
Yours is ready too.
bruh. It's a trap.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
Reloading. Here we go.
Yeah. When you...
Enemy spotted A. Our spike is down.
Oh, I see what he did.
Heaven,
Wow,
heaven, heaven.
that's Cypher.
Down A.
Smart.
Reloading.
So when you go into Cypher's,
Last player
not the
standing.
trap, but,
I suck.
yeah, I guess the trap, the, how do you call? What's his,
Dude.
what's that round thing that Cypher uses that he throws on the ground? It's
The
like a smoke,
cage?
but not,
Switching
yeah.
sides.
Can he
Match point.
see you in there?
Mhm.
Can he tell that you're in there too?
Yeah.
Okay. Along with the tripwires.
Well, they
It's-
usually
it
layer.
acts- Yeah, but does that trap also act like a tripwire too? That's what I'm trying to ask. I think.
So the
Silver and
tripwire.
Brimstone. Do you still want to go on that date?
Yeah.
Say
Oh my god. It like slows you
Alright.
too.
it's slow.
Fritos
but
and
okay.
nachos? Nice.
Yeah, because
You're
that's how
actually
he he
answering
knows
for it.
every time. All day I've been getting
He's
wrecked by
pretty
that.
cute.
and
I need to
didn't
change the
realize.
crosshair back.
I'm gonna voice chat with him. He sounds pretty excited.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, that's so dope.
Fuck, dude, I can't get any headshots right now. You got a fun fact? For you guys when I get back? Anybody want anything? Yeah, can I have some nachos,
Last player
please?
standing.
See ya.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
In a burrito.
Spike planted.
No charges left. No charges left. Here.
Who stole the ace? Oh
Look
my
at
god.
you go.
It wasn't me.
Wait, who was it?
I don't know.
And I wasn't even trying.
Oh no.
Jet.
I'm
you were the win.
hungry.
So powerful. Well
You
done.
made me super fucking hungry.
Yeah, you're
Thanks.
so powerful. Well
Oh
done.
yeah, I'm definitely so powerful.
Wait, who did?
Actually, so shit. I haven't played this game in like 5-6 months, maybe.
Did you not
Probably
say
even
that when
longer.
you're on top of the leaderboard? This makes us feel bad, you know?
I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
We just left. Okay.
Go, go, go.
A.
Reyna was mid.
Spike spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
My ult spike is here. See? Not that scary.
No gun.
Too quiet.
Remember to breathe.
Best to play as
I
a team.
always breathe.
So, what's the plan?
It's probably best to play as a team. Why don't you silly wall up here and then go
Hey,
up?
Brimstone.
You better hide, old man.
Can I ask you how old you
You
are?
better hide, old man. That's funny.
He's as old as Brimstone.
He's as old as Brimstone. Brimstone's like 40.
No!
Begins. Enemy spotted A.
Should've just done a regular wall. Fuck.
Spike planted.
My ult's ready.
Here we go.
One enemy
There's a
remaining.
Vandal, I think. Did I have a Vandal? Sweet, everyone's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Still looking.
I wasn't sure.
No, I'm checking. I'm, you know, I'm learning. I'm teaching myself. They were like, by the time I turned to rotate, everybody was dead. I was like, fuck it. I'm just gonna slow walk this.
Defy go like, oh, that blocks us. If I go like this.
Break's over.
Da-da-da. Bum 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 bum. Oh, I should have went that way.
Sage, can I have a heal? Pretty please.
Dude, I'm so far. You gotta meet me halfway. You know? That's how it would.
It's okay.
Never mind.
Don't worry about it. I'm sorry.
I'm ass right now.
One enemy remaining.
On site. Planting? Alexis.
Spike planted.
Nice. Good
Yay,
job.
Lunar.
Want to get this defuse?
No, you got it.
Don't even start that shit here, mate.
Sudden death.
Sudden death. Okay.
Remember that.
They gotta stop doing funny walls. It's so fun doing funny walls, though.
It is.
You want to beat this with me?
Let's go. Want me to dog?
Bet. Nah, you good. Well, actually,
Rough.
yeah, fuck it. Dog first.
Woof. Yeah, can I have more Jata,
See if
please?
there's people there.
Oh my god, the longest freaking Ayo?
Auga?
Auga! Auga!
Good
Let's
boy.
tip the balance. War rage. Here.
Multiple enemies. Enemy spotted B. Full catch.
No!
Oh, I got slammed up the ass. I mean, what?
I'm doing so
Pause.
bad right now. I want an horchata. My wall's doing wall things? Go on top of my wall. Oh shit.
Gross.
Nobody heard that?
Back off.
Last player standing.
Brimstone, you got this. I'll give you a free subscription if you win.
Oh, damn.
Sweet's like, I don't want to win this anymore.
Spike planted.
I fucked up.
You should have done some smokes
Yep.
for entry.
Or waited and snuck up.
That's for you.
Fun.
The raise
GG's, guys.
Attackers win.
hit like 3.
I love you.
You meet some interesting people on
Yo,
on
that's so
Valorant.
weird.
You got
I
Jones
think that was
Soda?
interesting. That was funny though.
Yeah, that threw me off. Sorry. Tools is playing.
BC was like, oh,
Question
hi.
is, Tools
Yeah, right? Hello.
want to play with us. Oh, yeah, I got it. We're going bowling, boys.
Sweet.
Wait, Tools has a team?
Oh, what? Is he in a party?
Oh, okay.
No, he's not. He's open. He's just in a death match. I don't know if he's gonna join us or not.
Oh, he's almost done, actually. 35, 33.
Yeah, we
So
can
what's
wait a
about the
little
win?
bit.
Does 35 mean that he has 35?
I think so. I joined, but Penny is still awake. No worries, G bro. How's your day going so far, though? 37. Okay, let's go, Tools. I'm sorry, I probably interrupted him by invite. Let's all keep inviting him. I'm just kidding. We can't do that anymore. You used to be able to do that. That shit was
might be
so fucking
Fuck's
funny.
sake.
That shit was so fucking funny. You used to be able to spam that shit. What's in my store again? I never get a Bucky skin. I want this though. It's so pretty. Somebody buy. $30. Actually, donate $30. Just
I got the
kidding.
candy cane.
Don't donate. I'm just kidding. Donate. You got candy cane in your shop?
Well, I have it.
I got that
in the shop,
yesterday.
yeah. I don't
Yeah.
want to buy it, but I do.
Tools.
You know.
Yeah. Did you win that one? Oh, I have him. He's Oh, we're watching scary movies tonight. I forgot.
No, thank you.
Hell yeah.
I'd like to
Hush, hush.
sleep peacefully. Peacefully.
You don't.
Is it Hush? I don't remember.
Yeah, we're watching Hush.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. Actually.
I
so
haven't
it'll be
seen it
interesting.
either.
Yeah, I'm ready. I was just thinking that.
Oh,
like,
I
what
gotta
was it,
tell the
Spike?
world that Leo's coming home.
Okay, good.
Why do you have to? Okay, sure. I'm not gonna question it. Yeah, I will just accept this. Yes,
I'm ready.
Okay. Leo is coming home. Okay.
Whoa, you have a
Yo.
different. What is it called? Profile picture.
Is this going with or without both?
We are we're winning.
It's actually kind of better without it.
What's better without it? You guys want to do a swift play, and then Leo should be home
Everything
after
is
that.
better without it.
What's better without what?
Without my backlight.
Oh. I don't know. I just need to close this door. I'll be right back.
Match found.
Fuck, are there 5 clips? Who the fuck keeps clipping my stuff, guys? What's going on?
Must be Joe.
Joe's not here. Oh, you haven't seen Hush either? I don't even know what we're gonna watch it on, honestly.
What is this? Lotus? What is Lotus again? The one with the big ass tree? Yeah.
Yup. And the doors.
What's good here? Omen's good here. Brim's good here. Smokes are just in general good here. I'll play Brim.
Cool. Is that whole last round? I thought I was deadlocked. So every time I went to go throw my wall
Oh
out,
shit,
it was
dude.
the smokes. I was like, what the fuck?
That's rough, sweet folk. Hi, Rasu. How are you? It's been so long. What you been up to? You were streaming hella early this morning. Good. How are you? I'm doing good. We're streaming for a charity right now. We hit 650 followers. I need 16 more for my goal. And yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's been so crazy. We have rewards too for the for donating. We got some cool stuff going on.
I gotta get back in the game. I'm sorry.
God damn it.
Down A.
I wonder if I was just really far off or how close I was.
Oh fuck.
Spike down A.
We threw that whole entire first
I had to
round.
turn my stuff off.
He came behind me,
Oh,
bro.
ow.
He likes it from the back, man. What can I say?
Bro, what the fuck? He's so like retarded, bro. How did he come behind me?
I don't know, but we want the comeback though, right? Oh my god.
Just been chilling. I've been chilling too. Actually, just fell. I fell because my foot fell asleep and I was trying to close the door, so I fell on the door.
Wow.
Not really.
Just learned something.
Thanks for the encouragement.
Yeah, I think I'll play Ghost.
Oh yeah, we're locked in tonight.
All night.
We got this. We got
Smokes
this.
out.
Yeah, let's hang back a little bit.
No, no hanging back. Charge.
Push.
Can somebody kill that fucking Reyna?
Killed her.
Nice.
Last player standing.
Oh my lord.
Your blankets
Okay.
are dry. Go get them.
You want me to flank instead? I'll
It
do
won't
that.
shield them forever.
No, the game starts by gonna.
Are you lagging?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Always.
What do you mean always? Are you hardwired?
No, I have a chip. This is the worst thing in the world. I
Oh,
literally
man.
know how to make Wi-Fi, and I'm literally. It's sad.
I'm about to
I
send you a
need to do
fucking
something. I'm gonna buy my
Ethernet
own
cord,
fucking
my guy.
router.
Launching smoke.
I'll buy your router.
Yeah, please.
Merry Christmas.
Go fund me for Tools router.
Yeah! Thank you.
He's on a box.
Better. Damn it.
Spike down A.
Almost had two more. Yeah, warming up. The hiccups are gone, finally.
Reloading.
30 seconds left.
What? What is happening? What is happening? What is going on right now?
No idea, dude.
Last round in the half.
I'm getting bodied. Fucking Reyna's walking backwards.
What is happening?
Yo.
I don't know. What is happening?
Yeah, you back.
What is happening? What is going on right now?
Oh, I hear my stream.
My phone.
Yeah. This shit's funny.
Smoke's down.
Pull them to their grave. Reeling them in.
Our spike is down.
Man,
Spike down
I
A.
knew the Phoenix
Wow.
was there too.
Killed me
I got
too.
the killjoy.
As soon as I peeked, I came out a wave. He just one tapped me. Crazy.
Yeah. I'm getting better. I'm so
One
happy.
enemy remaining.
Nice.
So Jet.
I don't know where Gecko is. Mm. He's coming through connector, Lunar. I'll probably notice wall and turn back. Come cat.
Can you ping connector? Oh, where that is right there? A top and stairs? Okay.
No.
He's on.
Oh shit, that was my neck.
That was your neck?
Yeah.
He's so mad right now.
Oh gosh.
Who does that shit so
Switching
good?
sides.
The Molly thing.
I thought you put like a cap to a bottle back on, like you know when it crunkles a little bit.
No, that's my neck.
That was loud.
That's my neck again.
Stop, I'm jealous.
No, you don't want. You don't want.
I'm not allowed to do that anymore. I'm not allowed to. The chiropractor told me I can't. I have to let my neck sit right now. It hurts so much when it gets tense. Like I'm waiting.
Do you have a
till Monday. I'm
pinched nerve
counting
too, or
an hour.
what?
Yeah, in my shoulder. Yeah, all across my shoulder. And in my neck. It's literally sitting
Right.
between my neck and
Which
my
hand?
shoulder
Which hand?
blade.
Which hand?
Well, it was my bottom right side, but now it's my upper left side.
I did
So
a
my left
silly
arm, my
wall.
left hand.
There's a little space here.
They're coming. All of them.
Why are you slow walking? Let's go.
Oh, I walked into the wall.
Spike down C. Last player standing.
So
No.
I'm starting to get playing quicker, like playing faster. Like you hear the footsteps, so it really
Once
doesn't make
more
a
into
difference
battle.
if you know where they are
I'm
on the
not
map.
tired.
So you just
Are
play
you?
fast to play fast, but that's like really hard to.
Usually play fast when you need to get somewhere.
Well, right, but like when you're just screwing around and running around and not paying attention, you know, you can
Through the
hear,
calm,
but you can
I
also
see.
play that.
Through the
It's like you
storm,
know they know
I
that you're coming,
fight.
you know. That's like why you do
It
distractions.
might be a. Yeah.
Blinking.
I don't know what's going on.
Spike down A.
Multiple enemies A. One down. For you.
Why'd you just stand there, bro?
One enemy remaining.
yourself.
I don't want this.
Once again.
What is it?
Spectre.
It's a nice skin, no. The little bird is a buddy.
Hey, they had a broken carrot. I bought a broken carrot. What? What does that mean?
Enemies in attacker spawn.
No.
I'm not sure where everybody else is. Oh, there we go.
Mid.
They came from here.
120 KJ.
I don't want to go.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike down B.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Imagine.
Thirty seconds left.
Maybe okay.
Last player standing.
Definitely not.
Oh no.
To your right. Top. Gonna go for bomb. It's corner.
10 seconds left.
Kill him.
Wow.
Damn.
I would have waited for the plant.
That was the plan.
No, but like it was. He swung out too soon.
We are fighters.
Like, should have waited an extra second or two to be in it.
Yeah, cause then
Like,
so
fully-
in that
she's saying fully
situation,
planted.
yeah, in that situation, there was only you either plant right now or you kill right now, right? Cause it was like the last 4 seconds or 5 or 6 or whatever the fuck it was.
I will
So
hold up the sky.
they would have stuck it or they
Oh, they were planting.
banked
Okay,
on
yeah.
it being let go.
Open up the sky. Right between the eyes.
They're all right there. Do not peek it.
Target spotted A.
Nice, good fucking wall. They're gonna be forced A. We gotta help Brim now.
Solo hole for 2 centuries.
I suggest you move.
Spike planted. Enemy down. My ultimate is monster on the loose. Your duty is not over.
Pull them to their grave.
Dude, how? Wow.
Tree.
Counter.
One enemy remaining.
This is our home.
Let's go. We can win this.
Sudden death.
Sudden death.
You're the best.
Alright, I'm gonna block C and then rotate fast. To B. Is that the Fatal Kimchi? What's up, Jax? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna wall that B.
Okay,
area.
nice. Huh? Oh, you got a blanket when you graduated. Dude, I really fell on my elbow. That shit hurt.
Good.
Don't get off your chair after your fucking foot fell asleep. Just don't do it.
Forward.
That sucks.
I hope you guys didn't hear it too, because I fucking fell. I fell hard. My sister looked at me and was like, I think it was this cheap, comfy blanket.
still in
You
spawn.
know.
See,
Is it?
they playing slow.
They are.
Spike down. C.
Oh fuck. Why'd you guys pop out at the same time, bro?
Fucking wingman is on.
Needed it too.
Killed it.
They're low. 142 on the harbor.
I just can't get my shots
One
off.
enemy remaining.
Nice, nice.
Nice.
Defenders win.
Get in here, Leo. You done
Yeah.
eating?
There we go.
What'd you eat?
Nice.
What?
Burrito nachos.
What'd you eat?
Burrito and nachos.
You ate a baddie nacho?
Yeah.
What's up, Gamal? How's it going?
Speaking of baddies, you know,
Unrated?
B Sweet was hitting it off with some jet.
Oh,
today.
my God.
I'll be right back. I'm use the restroom real
What?
quick. I'll be right back. Do you hear
was
these guys?
trolling the
The fucking
troll.
crazy. Okay, wait. Let me mute my.
I'll do it again.
We gotta play comp.
Yeah.
There's a 5-stack? I'm down.
Have a lovely lurk.
Down, 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 down. Good redeem. It's not gonna close.
Hell yeah.
Where is it? Where's close up?
I think it's on the timer. Is it not?
It was on the top. Near the top. Here, after you redeem it.
Lunar, what the fuck? Why? Why? Go away, we're having a moment with your chair? Yo, okay, my bad.
I was just kidding.
My chair's cute as fuck, I know. Welcome back, thanks. Hi, it's Fatal Church. I need to stop crossing. Oh my god, I need to stop doing that.
Stop cracking your neck.
No, I keep crossing my legs in my chair and then my foot falls asleep and then I fall.
What
Yeah,
if
that's
you
not good
cracked your
too.
neck and then your foot fell asleep? Wouldn't you be worried?
Mm-hmm. It's okay,
Ooh,
guys.
She's eating. She's snacking.
Ice cream?
No.
What do you got?
Matcha overnight oats.
Ooh,
It's not ice cream. Trash.
still good though. Matcha's delicious.
It's so good for you too. So much
Doesn't
protein.
matcha mean like I don't know, some kind of tea?
Mm-hmm.
Mushroom.
Hmm?
Right? Yeah.
It's a
Dog
tea.
Somebody
What is
knock
it?
out
Tea.
a dog. That was funny.
Isn't matcha a mushroom tea?
Hmm?
What am I thinking of? Hold on.
I
never
gotta get
mind,
better
never
at
mind.
making overnight
Let me see.
oats. I did it once and I failed terribly.
Do you like sweet?
So somebody asked for.
I mean,
comp.
sweet. Like, do what?
Hmm?
Wait, what?
Somebody said comp.
You guys want to play
I did.
comp?
Leo.
You want to play comp?
We could try
I
it
gotta
out.
stretch your for playing comp.
Let's play one.
One favor of playing comp, say I.
Sure.
All right, I only needed one for convincing.
Damn.
I need comms, though. We need spot on comms.
Alright, I'll lock in.
And if you're
Green-
dead,
it's a
you
green
better
tea.
still calm.
Don't give me.
Yeah, I got it confused for a second.
I'm
What
scared.
you had the matcha tea.
Matcha tea is so good.
Yeah, because there's also MATCHA,
That's
which
matcha.
is but there's another brand that's it's mushroom, not green tea,
What?
leaf base. Yes. Mushroom matcha.
Dude, I
powder
only
tea.
need one more team for the Valorant charity event.
That's cool.
How am I gonna get one more team? Actually, hold on, let me message my friend.
Oh, I was gonna say I know people, but okay.
Do you know if I have stack?
Yeah, it's like let's find some people.
I can ask.
Where is my friend?
Over there.
Yeah? Yeah? The region is different, so I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. That fucking sucks. How long is this queue gonna be? What do you guys think?
We're gonna go against
Enough
the
for me to
5
go pee real
stack
quick.
of the same name, same tag team.
I'm so excited. I'm getting new emotes in February. That's how long they're gonna take to be done.
New emotes, new emotes.
Everyone's names for the thing is so fucking funny.
For the tourney?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty funny. For charity, right?
All I know is my team has the best name.
Actually, yours really does. Out of all the names,
Exactly.
all the other names are memes.
4 minutes.
No, maybe we should do an unrated.
We're locked in now. No backing out.
Damn. All right.
Never back down, never what?
Surrender.
Always give up.
Okay. Sin says
We'll
it, and
never pull
Sin
out.
gets never give up. Speaking of Sin, oh my god, she said, wow. Wow.
Well, fuck you, Megs.
Wow. Wow.
Sorry.
Love you, Sin.
Where? No, there's not.
Everyone go follow her right now, or else I'll bite.
Everyone donate $1,000.
When in doubt, don't pull out.
What?
Hmm?
What?
You heard me.
No, sweet, you're a monster.
Let's just run 3v3s. Sin, hop on. Oh,
Match
fuck.
Found.
As soon as.
I'm playing Raze.
Oh my god. Alright. Brim?
I had a nice nap. Oh my god.
Yeah, 5-minute nap.
Hmm? Apparently you're playing competitive.
What's sunset again?
Hollywood. Oh! I just got a raid. Thank you for the follow!
Spam some.
Yo, this is
Blurps in chat.
spam hype.
Oh, sunset is happening.
Akari, how are you?
Akari Kazumi, I raided my stream with 6 viewers.
The stage is really good.
Akari Kazumi I is now following.
KJ.
What are you streaming? Are you streaming Valorant? I'm gonna play my raid VOD.
KJ
You guys cool with
or
that?
what? Sky? No.
Gonna deafen them for a little bit. I'll play my raid VOD right now. We have time, I swear. Ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god, we have to go through the crowns again.
First of all, how do I even know if I'm streaming right now? Leo? No! I'm not saying you can commit fraud, but you can also commit fraud. Ah! Oh, okay. It's okay, chat. We're toxic, so you don't have to be. Did it drown?
You drowned the chicken?
Oh, no. It's right there. It's right there.
Kimchi, you got this.
Kimchi, you got this.
You guys.
Let's go.
No.
Oh, wow.
Wake up. Wake up, you stupid bitch. What the fuck is happening right now? You guys are too crazy. I swear. Oh my god. Welcome back. Wow, Lunar. Crazy. Also, Akari, please go ahead and do your post-stream things. Thank you so much for bringing your community over here to me. I'll take very good care of them. Please go ahead and sit back, relax, go get some water, some food, anything you need to do. If you need to head out, do that as well. Also, people who came with the raid, if you need to go ahead and take a break, self-care not allowed. Lunar must watch stream. Dude, why is this taking so long to load?
Ray spiel.
What?
Already.
Their fate's malevolence is too much to bear. We must end her madness.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
It's the long ass buy round. I'm alone on A.
Why isn't it this moving? Okay, there you go. I'll stay B.
All right.
Leo, are you loaded in?
Yeah.
All right.
You always have to check with Leo.
I'm just making sure because if he doesn't get to buy, then I could buy or something. I don't know.
B, are you playing fast or slow?
Tools is pushing in.
What was that, Lenny?
No one's here, B. They're going B.
It's oh fuck.
I'll find you.
Whoa.
Enemy
They're
down.
mid top going A.
Need help mid.
Planting A.
Spike planted.
Have a lovely lurk.
Good job, B.
Grab a gun if you need it. There's fade. Mid.
2 on site, 2 on site.
I mean,
Player
I can't.
standing.
Oh,
Phoenix is.
Phoenix and Fade are gonna be.
bad timing.
I thought I heard him too, and I. Stupid.
Yafasha.
Nice shot.
Good save.
Dude, that shit is broken. Oh,
Good comms.
can't see anything when he gets hit on it. When he gets hit on it.
It is what it is.
That's how flashes work. Yeah, cool.
Do you want me to
It's just
smoke?
instantaneous, so like you can't even do anything about it.
Excuse me.
Alright, B's playing mid. We can play A
Kill
hard.
my copy.
Let's go, let's go,
Mid.
let's go.
They're
I'm-
going A.
Slope, slope.
Two. Jacko. Yeah.
Third top.
Blank.
Mid top.
Yo, Spike's on me.
Spike down mid.
Spike's on me.
Let me heal you. Fuck, you're too far.
Stand down.
Oh, nice shot.
Last player standing.
Wait, what?
Oh, through A.
Shit.
It's alright.
Somebody has to hold mid top.
Whatever happens, Saki and
Who's better at longer shots?
trembling is bad for your aim.
I'll hold mid top, I guess.
Let me buy you a better gun.
Alright, like I got A.
Let me buy you a better gun.
Yeah.
Get,
I'll play
get
back.
full shields, Tuli.
I'll play back. I'll play far back.
I hear him.
Slow, slow, play slow. Play slow.
Yeah, now they're here.
Position. You guys are on top of each other.
Mark 2. Enemy spotted A. Bring them down.
Leo is gonna get pinched.
Silence drew fear.
I'm healing myself. I need a gun.
Yo.
Spike planted.
It's hard for me to call out.
Last player standing.
Where at?
She's all the way. She's really
You got it,
far.
you got it.
You have your E.
Where are you?
Behind.
Damn, they're getting solo
Even with
carried by that
numbers, anything can stop
Yoru.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that.
He's hard. He doesn't miss.
Yeah, B.
my god.
Take it speed.
Go get him.
Watch market.
Yeah,
I got
Euro
market.
was mid. Yep.
You still there, Lunar?
Yeah. I'm in market. What's up?
One dead.
Louis, could you push up a bit?
Yeah.
Peek the main with me.
Find you.
Nice.
He's the best fucking player in the world, Jesus Christ.
Spike planted. They're blind with fear.
Push in.
0-4
He's,
your.
he's blinded.
You guys got it.
Take his gun.
Oh my god, really?
Check your corners.
I know. Didn't even
Yeah.
think of that. I'm an idiot.
Raise. You do not
Don't
fear
peek.
the
Don't
chaos
peek.
of the fleet.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm gonna go A. I'm gonna wall.
This your dies, we cover one up.
Yeah.
Don't wall right away. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna
They
wall
don't come,
myself
right?
up too, though, so it's a good vantage point.
What if
for
they
me.
don't come though?
It's alright. I'm gonna peek this window right here.
I'll be with you.
I hear them.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Oh fuck! I went too off.
Get that fucking thing away.
Joke's over. You're dead.
They're out. Light. Can you heal me?
Tools, I can heal you, but you have to meet me mid. Oh, nice.
You want more? Here's more.
How? Oh my god. That's the player.
I hit him 37. The Yoru.
I didn't have my gun out.
Spike planted. Still waiting. Last player standing.
Holy shit. Okay, lock in.
It's literally just the Yoru.
Yeah.
Demons. It's gonna take more than fresh
Are we
air.
saving or are we saving?
I'm trying.
Tools is so poor.
I mean,
I'm saving.
I've been one tapped every single gunfight. Can't help it. Happens. I give 5 kills this round.
Alright, don't miss,
Fine.
don't miss, don't miss,
Let's
don't
go.
miss, don't miss.
Let me wall this. Let me wall this. Or we could put smokes out. Oh fuck! I'm lagging.
Enemy spotted B. Go get him. Satchel out. Satchel out. Wall race. Reloading.
Flip one.
Go pick.
We know where they are. We know where they are. Just hold them. They're so fucking bad.
Got it.
How? Oh, okay.
They're still there. She's still there. She's still there. Top corner.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, sweet.
I tried to
Down
flick.
B.
You're good, you're good.
We got this.
Last player standing.
You have res.
I'm also lagging. Like to hell.
Yeah. I got a little bit too.
What the fuck? That's a spray?
30
Wait, what the
seconds left.
fuck? Y'all see this?
Yeah.
Am I even in this
Spike
game, bro?
planted.
Do you see this? Literally frozen in animation. It's gonna be way
Looks
too
like
late,
you're
dude.
Normal.
No, just kill him.
Bro. You gotta swing faster, swing faster. Oh, nice.
We cannot
There you
let
go.
healing.
Who wants the dragon?
We're on the board.
Me.
Okay,
No.
here.
So
Now
bad.
let's turn this
Who
around.
wants the Vandal?
I have a cool gun. I have a better gun.
Dude, that tripped me out. What the hell? Are you playing pre-made? What? Am I playing what?
Yes.
Through the
Yes.
calm,
Domo,
I
thanks so
see.
much for
Through
being
the
here.
storm, I fight.
Holding B. Nading.
I hear
I got
hear
you, Tommy.
A. I hear A. But I gotta run back. I'm lagging like crazy.
I'm gonna play cross. Leo, hold B.
All right.
What's
I'm gonna
my
cross
ping
it.
right now?
I see him. Hold on.
They're both
Hold him,
low
hold him,
as
hold him.
fuck middle.
My lag's gonna kill me, dude. The fuck? What the fuck was that? I didn't even hit any of them, which is
raise
bullshit.
A little higher, Leo.
Spike down mid.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
You have ult too, Leo.
Last player standing.
Nice kill.
Riftwalk is dead.
One enemy remaining.
9 bullets. Okay.
Here.
Over there.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Nice little.
Oh my
2
God.
health left? Holy shit.
They just guessed that you were gonna come around that way, or you think they heard you for a second?
Probably heard it.
Yeah.
Clutch.
Don't even try me.
Nice.
I jumped, man, when I saw that just now. What?
Stuff has
How'd they
malfunctioned
know?
yet. Can we celebrate that?
Alright, we
Microflix
should get
AB.
good. Leo, can you come B? Again?
Yeah.
Need a little bit of scare on him. I'm gonna try and ult.
Yeah,
It
I'm
went
never
a lot
playing.
went to tiles.
Where you at? I'm coming.
Watch out for that.
Well, it's too late now. Killed one. Fuck you, Yoru, bitch.
Enemy
Sorry.
spotted mid.
Healing you.
Fuck, this lag is so bad.
Enemy spotted mid.
Sorry, I'll shut up about it.
Can't use this yet.
80 on fade.
There.
Oh, dude, I'm fucking lagging.
Return to dust.
Nice. 4v3. B main. Mid.
Oh my god, I'm lagging.
I am.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh no.
Hey, res that piece.
They're on spawn.
30 seconds left.
B main. B main.
They're A.
Did you turn? Oh really?
Yeah, they're on A.
They're split then.
On
I'm
B?
fucking lagging though, bro.
Spike
Fuck,
planted.
why'd I do that? Why'd I do that? Like
Eliminated.
Yours taking a long flank.
You got it. Just go.
B, take that gun.
Cover me?
Last player
Oh my
standing.
god.
Stick it. Trust.
Bro, stick it. Bro, stick it.
Let the
Nice.
kill. Let's go.
On you.
I
thought he
surrounded by
was-
me,
Woo.
Camilla. We won't lose.
Bros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
My heart's beating.
Yeah.
We're playing competitive right now.
Sweaty.
Rasu. Dude, I'm so like my hands have no blood in them right now. It's so bad.
You know what to do.
Oh no. Oh no, I can't.
Dude, they're all.
My game froze.
Gecko A.
Monster on the loose.
Yeah.
My game.
I saw you stop. You froze.
Yeah, I'm frozen.
That's strange.
Spike planted.
I might have to leave real quick and come back.
She's still gunning for you.
Uh-oh.
Satchel out.
No. I hope I can come back before the
Thought they
next
were all
round.
over there like chasing you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I didn't know until they killed Leo.
Let's hard push this. Oh, dog.
He's there. Your.
$99 euro. Satchel his ass?
Dude, I don't know if it's gonna let me come back.
Bot? He must have teleported out.
What?
He has teleports.
He's on B. This is so fogged.
I'll be back.